This is wrong, no? Whatever. Hello. Hello, 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 hello. We're gonna use an oldie but a goodie while I set up. Everyone loves this, including me. Yay. All right, pretty light day. I was supposed to. Why is what? Every once in a while, excuse me. I mean, this one wasn't even going that crazy. Every once in a while on shorts, I get a comment where I'm like, yo, was this person watching something else? Actually, and it went to the wrong thing. Yeah, we just started. Yep. I've been booting up generally late, but it doesn't bother me too much because it's summer. I actually get like mad when I boot up late in winter, but in summer it's chill because there's more time. Very good. Yeah, but every once in a while I get a comment where I'm like, yo, this is not for you posted this on the wrong video, little bro. Yeah, next video, because basically the month is over. Essentially, the month is over. This month I posted 3 or 4 videos. I would say 4. I'm gonna claim 4. I wrote my first Tokon video yesterday, so I'm pretty happy about that. What's good? Happy Friday. Happy Friday. We're gonna play some. I'm supposed to talk to Lotus at 8. And most importantly, and let me get a big Twitch chat. Too. Yeah, let me do this in advance. Boom, boom. I literally commented like gameplay related comments or something. When I checked notification that someone had liked it, it was only. Yeah, it happens every now and then. I can see it on my side too. Someone I guess was watching something about like voice actors. Oh no. Hey, I would not call it a super long stream though, to be honest. Am I excited for CEO? I have no thoughts, really. I am registered, but I don't know if I'm actually gonna be there. I'm gonna go. They're just getting my ticket late, so I'm always like, am I actually gonna go? And the main thing is I'm not playing Guilty Gear at CEO. I'm only playing Marvel. Even though I'm not stopping to play Guilty Gear, I'm only playing Marvel because I don't want to play 2 games. But then the next big tournament I go to, I'm gonna play both. No thoughts, just vibes. Yeah, I mean, specifically, NA Guilty Gear has been extra hyping up CEO this year, like to an extra amount. I'm not really locked in on what is special specifically about this year's CEO, but it's like everyone agreed to go to CEO this year. So, and they're also saying that this is the biggest CEO since 2019. So CEO is also like it's huge this year. When are we doing the watch party? So today we are gonna do Chronicles. That's one of the reasons I booted up when I wanted to boot up, because since Since I am supposed to talk to Los at 8, and I wanted to do it on stream, I also wanted to do the rubbish video today. So that's like one of the big things I want to do today. So I want to start that around, like, honestly, in like an hour or so. CEO's the weekend of the 14th, so it's a couple of weeks. So Tokon will be out. The last hurrah before Tokon. I actually have the impression that most GG players will not leave GG. I actually think the real Guilty Gear is the fact that the people who like GG are going to keep playing GG. They're not going to switch. That is my prediction. That is my prediction. I think that people are going to stay on GG. Mostly. I think it's going to be a lot more Dragon Ball people on Marvel Tokon than Guilty Gear players on Marvel Tokon. I also kind of think this because a lot of Dragon Ball players did not go to Guilty Gear. There's very few of them that actually play other fighting games. There's people like Zane. You know, Zane's good at Grand Blue. He's from Dragon Ball. Yeah, I say he's from Dragon Ball. I know him from Dragon Ball. I don't know if he's like literally started with Dragon Ball. At this point, many of you may not remember, but Nitro did start fighting games with Dragon Ball, as did John Fontane. And there's a lot of top Dragon Ball players who are top players of other games too. You know, there's like Goichi, Sonic, the Kill Sage, myself. I'm pretty sure Shanks is like old anime, actually. Speaking of EU players, because he was good right out the gate. But I never got the story. They never. I feel like because you know he got sponsored by Red Bull actually too, but I feel like we never got any. I feel like for other Red Bull people, they get like special shit. Like I remember they made like, I remember watching a Snake Eyes documentary, for example, right? But I don't know if maybe they did something for Shanks like as a news article or something. I should actually look into it because I'm curious. But Shanks didn't really, he didn't really move to GG. And then, eventually he got off Red Bull, so I don't really know what happened. He was a Relius player? That's so random. That's super random. That's cool, though. I wish there was more lore, for some of these players, I guess. There's some people that like, you know, they don't need you know, like Leffen was good in Dragon Ball. He's from Melee. Melee parentheses real. Well, I can say I'm from Melee, but I feel like it's parentheses fake, even though it's real. But like, it was only like truthfully in the timeline of me playing competitive games, only like a couple of years. I don't know. I remember in the Shank stuff. I remember people saying, yeah, I really like. Okay, because side note, like in my case too, right? Like. Fenrich is from BlazBlue. Fenrich is from BlazBlue. I know it's his first game. I literally played him when he was like 14 or 15. I remember. This is a. I feel like I'm just dropping a ton of deep lore on you guys recently, but I specifically remember being at Blue Revo before Arc Revo. There was Blue Revo. I was at Blue Revo, and I was with Galileo, who's like one of my personal goats. And he's like, yo, the future of fighting games is here. I need to see you play Fenrich. And I was like, okay. I played Fenrich with Kokonoe. I think we're on like 1.1. I mean, and Fenrich was like, you're the weirdest player I've ever played in my entire life. And I'm like, thank you. I didn't know what to say, but like, thank you. I did think he was quite good. I did think he was quite good, actually. When I played him. But I also thought he played kind of weird, too. So I thought that was funny. But he's from BlazBlue. He's from BlazBlue, but obviously he's the real deal. He's a multiple fighting game player at this point. You know? And he became quite well known. You know? Particularly like his discipline as a player and like how optimal he is He seems interested in Toko. Yeah, he seems to be. I wonder, like, cause you know he did pretty well in Fatal Fury. He's got he should have his pro license in Japan. He should basically be able to play kind of whatever he wants. I do think Japanese players have a different relationship with the publishers because, like, you know, these companies are based out of Japan, you know. So I don't know. Maybe they know stuff that we don't, but it's fun to learn about the deep lore from the OG. Understanding how we got to where we are in fighting games history is really cool for someone like me who wasn't aware of the FGC until Strike came out. That is pretty cool. I mean, we were actually talking about this yesterday, but specifically for GG, GG has a history. GG has a history of Guilty Gear players are like really mostly Guilty Gear players. They're not like fighting game players. You know what I mean? They don't play like other shit. They just really play Guilty Gear. They love Guilty Gear, which is fine. So I legitimately have a thought that most of the people who are on Strive right now, because I mean it depends on how you feel about 2xKO. I have no idea where this tab is with this audio, by the way. It really depends on how you feel with 2xKO, but I did note that like GG did not fall off at all during the 2xKO release. Like at all. But not only is there Marvel Tokon, but there's also Avatar. No, Kazunoko is from Guilty Gear like XX. He's old. He's old. He's not from SF4. He became known like by everybody in SF4 because he got good at SF4. He's a Guilty Gear top player. You can find footage of him playing GG from like 06, 07. Are you playing Fortune's Weave? My dream is to buy a Switch 2 with some of this incentive money. I don't have a Switch 2 yet. Either that or I have to borrow a Switch 2. I really hope I can play Fortune's Weave as soon as it comes out. I'm gonna be actually crying if I can't play day one. I'm gonna be like in pain. I'm like legitimately. I only know Kazunoko because he lost to Initial T. It happens to the best of us. It happens to the best of us, you know. You know, you buster every now and then. I got some busters in Straw. I got plenty of, but I just bustered actually recently. I have at least like 1 or 2 a year. It happens to all of us. And like real busters too, not like a let's say you're winning everything and you get like third one time. That's not a buster. It's like a real true underperformance. Dude, every time I open the matchmaking Discord, there's like someone says some shit and then someone used the mute reaction and it's always valid. It's always valid. It is 100% valid. It is always valid. Good news too. I wrote my first Tokon vid today about how to build a team. If you watch the stream, you would know already. But I made it like pretty. Would you play Avatar or Tokon in a secondary game? So my plan is to move to Tokon to assess the vibes. You just saw it? I didn't actually post it though. No, I'm posting it day one of the game coming out. I'm not posting it now. The what reaction? The mute. Like on Discord. There's like a reaction face. It's not a face even. It's just like mute. It's like such a bad thing, such a dumb thing to say that someone just says mute. I didn't feel Tokon, but Avatar is quite fun. Avatar is so my real hope is that I could actually say if you don't feel anything, play Avatar, and people actually do it. And if it takes Nickelodeon to get people to play the shit they say they want to play, then by all means. Like what? Because for sure, it's in that group. But most of the games that we're like, hey, if you say you like this shit, you should play it. You should play XYZ. People don't play. They make an excuse to not play. And usually it's an excuse where I'm like, you're bullshit. But so far, Avatar seems to be a good recommendation. The I watched that shit as a kid seems to be too good. Because people, I there's some of the games like Skullgirls where I'm like, okay, it's hard for me actually to recommend Skullgirls. Did you do this with Uni 2? Yes, but Uni was never on TV. We'll see when the 6th hits. I know at my local it's gonna have both. At my local it's gonna have both for sure. Please force the bender term. Apparently in the UK it's a slur to say bender. Which I'm not gonna lie, I think it's kind of funny. You know, I think it's kind of funny that it happens to be that's a funny coincidence. I tweeted like the benders are gonna get mad at you if you compare Strive to Avatar and say it's like the same game. And one of the comments were like LOL, but that's a slur in the UK, low key. And I was like, really? Fuck. I'm gonna play it tonight at my local and see how people are liking it. I even feel like I know the type of person who wants to play that game. You know what I mean? The one thing that's like annoying though is like when people who I know are not. It's all chip on my shoulder shit. You know, it's all chip on my shoulder shit. Cause it's like people are like, finally a return to 2010s anime. I'm like, what do you mean finally? I'm like, what do you mean finally? Cause you guys know why I like this game so much, right? I think I mentioned before, but this game reminds me of BBCS1, and BBCS1 is like kind of bullshit, but it's one of my favorite games. I mean, technically it's not a 2010s game if you want to go there, but I also do not think it's like a 2010s anime game. Like, it's explicitly not like a 2010s anime game. It's its own thing, which is fun. I want to see how long it takes for bro to respond my message. The return to insert era. It's fine though. It's fine. I think just a better way of putting it is that like it is definitely filling a demand that people want. Because most people like what is happening now, and I'm trying to think of like how to package this, is that like there's a lot of things in the past in fighting games where like the devs now one there's always devs who were competitive players at this point. And there's always shit in games now where they're like, we can't have this because if it's like this and that means that and that's stupid, right? And I feel like, because this is the thing about 2010s anime too, so like slowly it gets added on and on and on and on, like, and some of the early ones people are kind of like why would you like take that out or whatever, or like make it so you can't do that. But at this point it's gone pretty far, you know. It's gone pretty far. So, and I know there are people who are like, if there's something you want to say for especially like pre SF4, you can include SF4 if you want, but I just feel like the main, like a lot of the main themes for like older fighting games is just less rules, straight up, less rules but less balanced mostly. And then faster, mostly because of design decisions that are like, it's good on paper, but it doesn't benefit everybody. I'm gonna say this, I mean, they're not the only people. I'm not saying like the whole dev team are like former high-level players. Like for example, like, you know, it's very public that Pachi, who is a former top player from like the from the Guilty Gear XX days. You find footage of him playing we're starting Melee today. You find footage of him playing like GGXX Togeki very recently. This is like 20 years ago. But he was already working on fighting games since like BB. Like in BBCS1, he was already working at Arxis. I forget what his role was, but he I don't think he was a battle planner, but he had like a hand in the balance. I met Pachi in like 2010 or something. Yeah, SNK is the GG top player retirement home. Maybe, dude, it's always as soon as I. Oh man, okay. I didn't get a noti on Discord though. Okay, let me play this fella and then. Wow. The rare air YRC. Ooh, banger. That makes me really mad that he did it on 6H. Nice hit this, buddy. Level. Sure. I get mad when I lose this whip into like scramble when I have to jump fast. Hit this one. Okay. Really close. Is this to prevent me from getting burst into the corner? Looks like it was a good strategy to fucking. I think that it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I'm not a fan. That's all I can say. Good. I run. Unfortunate. Oh, unfortunate for me. Yes, yeah, I can do that. Oh, if you do Mirage H disc and they burst the Mirage, you still get put in the mid screen. That's a nice little optimization, actually. What channel do you recommend? I mean, you can. The main ones is like there's Guilty Gear Lunatics. There's fuck, I'm forgetting a bunch of them right now because I haven't used them that much. I mean. So the easiest way actually is to go in-game to the ranking. You can actually go to the ranking and sort by rank. You actually don't have to use YouTube. You could do it in-game. And in-game is way better and you can see all their games and not like cherry-pick matches, personally. Because that's where they get the matches. They don't like watch streams and shit. If I keep playing these characters, like, they're gonna fucking see where I'm at. Like that. Okay, I should get out the way there. Good for me. Good timing. Another person can actually not gonna fixate when I meet her. See if I can hold him. soft you a little bit. I can admit when I'm dead. Dude, where do people learn to mash on 6H when she has meter? Is that not like I get it low key, but like also like, dude, are you really? Oh my god, don't press. Good. I will say, fighting people who just slam on jabs on whiff is getting easier and easier as time goes on. Turbo fall? No, you just fuzzy mash the second hit. You're chill. I also learned that Milia has a broken disjoint, technically. I learned about Milia's broken disjoint last night. Oh, yeah, it's 6p. It's 6p. It's 6p. I know it sounds very dumb. I know I sound like an idiot, but it is 6p. You run up in 6p and you have a -4 move that is airtight off 6p like chip. And the reason why I don't use run up 6p a lot is because I play Baiken and her run up 6p is shit. Baiken's run up block is better than run up 6p, like if we're being real. But also, to be fair, Baiken has the best run up block in the game besides like Leo. Yeah, it's just something you just don't do, you know. Like the Disney players say, oh whoops, I didn't mean that. The Disney players say her 6p is shit too, and I think hers is better. I definitely feel, yeah, when I'm on Testament, I'm slamming 6p. I don't give a fuck. Truth be told, when I'm on Testament, I love 6p. Where does tier list come from? Alright, I guess I could just make this not a tier list thing. Yeah, like when I was on when I'm on Baiken, it's like hard to 6p, I want to say. Okay. I'll remember what I wrote down. You don't challenge him, you just run into the shit and jump on the shit over and over. I'm gonna really fucking try that shit, man. Dude, you can't beat this character with Million, man. I have to use Viking on bad guys, dude. And I don't get to keep playing. I just don't know. I can't swing because his fire slash is disjointed, mine's not. I can't fight his fireball, and I don't have a reversal. So what the fuck are you supposed to do? Yeah, I review the matches, and I'm just like, I really don't understand how she's supposed to fight him this version. I don't think that fella is good, but I also don't know what to do either. So it's like, what the fuck am I supposed to do? And I'm scared of Kai Jump, so I can't use Estus that much, too. I think Kai Jump is like Soul's Jump. They'll do it in spots. Toasted? I mean, if they don't want to run 7 with me, I don't... what can I do? I wouldn't want to done somebody. You know, if they want to be like, I won one piece, that's fine with me, I guess. I was hoping that... I don't want it to do my combo. Fuck, I want to keep going wrong. Oh my god, that was a run. Lucky. Yes? Oh my god, ew, dude, what were you... Why? Oh my god. Please, will burst. Sure. Careful. Hopefully I got hit for a bomb. Oh my god. Thank you, Milia. They're really weak to low. Thankfully, I identified it pretty quick. They maybe won't let me. Oh, they did again. Dash. Milia is good. It's not her strongest version. It's like top 3 for her. Top 3 versions. I think last patch is her best version, then 3.0, and then this. But she has some unique advantages for me. So one, she's the character I started the game with, and I played her in Exerd, so I have a lot of familiarity with how to play her. That's at least what I thought when I started. She's actually a good amount different than the Exerd version. You can't actually play her like Exerd, basically. A lot of the way that people play against her in this game would get absolutely wrecked by Exerd Milia, but you have to play a different way in this game. But I do have a lot of familiarity with her. There's that. She has a lot of unique advantages in this version. Like, she has pretty stable knockdown offense, which is good. Some characters had that nerfed. Her combos are mostly not really nerfed. Like, there's important stuff that definitely got nerfed, but they're characters who, like, they don't exist. Like, they just don't exist. Same. I'm ready to... Let me play one more. I want to try to get the Kai again, actually. But yeah, they don't... They, like... Some characters, like, don't exist because the combo changes. Her combo nerf is, like, relatively light compared to a lot of other characters. I think her strike throw is really broken. It's like... This style of strike throw that she has is, like, tied for the best or, like, second best that she's had in competitive GG. I'm not gonna talk about like the old ones where she had like giga broken shit, but it's like this is like comparable to like K-Pen and like the only thing that's better is fucking Pretty Mace. Honestly, I think Pretty Mace is the only thing that's better. It's the only thing that's better. Her routing's still pretty good. She knocks down off a lot of stuff. She didn't lose knockdowns. So yeah. Also specifically, she helps Baiken like a lot. I think the other character that probably helps Baiken the most, that's not too difficult to, because she's actually pretty hard to play, by the way. If you haven't tried her, give her a try. She's also kind of a difficult character. Once you get the hang of it, it's not so bad. But learning her, you're just like, damn, I can't do this. Damn, I can't do this over and over. You know. The other character I think is really great for this. Is Johnny. Johnny is amazing. Johnny is an amazing assistant for alright, fuck it, Crib. It's been 2 minutes. Wait, if it gets to 3 minutes. 3 minutes, play. 3 minutes, play. Yes? Yeah, Johnny's pretty easy for a lot of, like, the thing about Johnny too is like if you don't have footsies, you'll feel good, and if you do have footsies, you'll feel like a fucking god. And I think his buffs are pretty nice. Like he kind of just like maintains like a top of high tier, bottom of top tier, top shit. I think he's a really good assistant. I wanted to play him in 4.0 before they nerfed him in I guess at 4.1 until before they nerfed him in 4.2. But I think he's a pretty good helper, but I have just far more experience with Milia, so... Oh. I forgot y'all do that thing where you... Yeah. Okay. Now let's do Baiken Leo. I don't want to do Milia Leo. Viking Leo. It's a pretty good choice. Like with Milia, the only true problems are like Potemkin and Gold Lewis, and like Gold Lewis, you can have a pretty fair debate with Gold Lewis players on how the matchup goes with Viking. I think she is actually pretty good into Gold Lewis. I usually feel like about play Gold Lewis mostly, and I think if I play like a random Gold Lewis, I'm like it's chill, low key. Some of them are like crazy, but like it's fine. Viking can beat most of them. Maybe. Dude, some people are really good at this game. Yeah, have you thought about how good some people are at the game? That's a, you're right. That's for KA. Yeah, if you're struggling with Johnny Leo, you gotta slam more buttons in neutral. Like, and I'm not kidding. Oh my god, I was like the best compare I've ever done with this thing. I'll take that. Bye. Oh, that's what I was saying. Okay, mention. Yeah, I fuzzy jumped in 2.0 and I pressed the button. Are you proud of me? was getting a combo hit. It's actually not gonna kill. There's a combo. I'm so greedy for wanting her to combo up these hits that if I was Leo, I won, by the way. But I'm greedy. I'm greedy. I ask for too much. I don't know what I'm talking about in the game. And Nago players and Leo players tell me this all the time. I'm lazy. I'm lazy and I don't know what I'm talking about. By the way. Only Viking player to win a gold event, by the way. I don't know what I'm talking about. There are like 1,900 ELO players who say I don't know what I'm talking about. You can't get a fucking quarter of the results that I get on this character, and they never try. They just say she's in a good spot over and over. Love it. Oh, it's fucking 60 is my top. Lol.
not fucking even bother.
Whatever. I forgot it was 60. Any tips for playing Baiken? Switch characters, bro. I'm sorry. You picked something that's way too hard. Oh. I hate to burst your bubble. You picked a really, really fun. You should play someone easy. You should play someone easier. Oh, sounds good. I hate to be that guy. You picked a very, very difficult character to play. If you're starting, it's about using Far Slash and ID back to Tommy and H Comedy well is your main concern. Those are your main concerns. You just picked a really fucking difficult character to play. Probably was. Yeah, there's a range where you can't. Hell yeah. Yeah, you can do parry dash cancel as comedy. I personally don't think it's that good, so I don't do it. You want to do 7 or 10? I didn't ask. Hell yeah. Oh, lucky. Lucky! Yeah, but this character is a lot about studying. Yes, I agree wholeheartedly. Yes, yeah, I want to be able to pick other stuff there. That sucks. I fucked up. We both fucked up. It was about time. It was about time to get the Viking Classic. Maybe. There's because of burst though. Sure. Dude, I fucking did 2H. I did 2H. My 2H lost to 6P. My 2H, I supposed to low profile that they nerfed to no damage and shit combos, lost to 6P. That puts a huge smile on my face. Actually, that's fucking sick. Fuck, I'm bad at it. What is that list? The sub incentives. Awesome. The charge just combo with the rope on them is like a TOD. Happened twice in one game. I keep not getting 4 up here. What is it? DD, SD, SDD. You get like 5. They get to be so lazy in this matchup, man. And then they can fucking complain. It's okay. Not much I can say, truth be told. Nice block. Use that really bad. Per game. Fitami does, but it's faster, you know. I'll use it last round if I can. No, the problem is if he does a bad H-boom and I'm in the air, he's gonna die. And then I can also nullify it on reaction. It doesn't do that much in this match unless he has meter. The S-boom is a lot better. See, you can just kind of lazily do it over and over. Doesn't matter because he doesn't get hit that much for it. And then my return for hitting him is not that great. And he built meter, so you can just kind of just do it over and over. And kind of like... And my fucking buff doesn't do anything half the time. And it's really sick. I probably should be just toward him though. With S-boom, they buffed S-boom multiple times. It was not that fast when the game came out. Less. He's got more than 4 or 5 nerfs, but it's like his base, like what he does, is still really good. You know what I mean? You gotta remember, like, unfortunately, a lot of Vikings matchups is you have to advance the match because people wanted to kind of just do nothing against you over and over. So, like, while it's like I think what he's doing is technically not good, but I have to advance the match. Like, if I don't advance the match, he's gonna build meter for free, like, non-stop. See? And, like, the type of decisions I win are, like, big, like, oh, I know exactly what you're gonna do. Oh, I gotta try to get my next. Like, I have to win, like, pretty big decisions. I have to take risks to do it. Like, kind of big risk. He can kind of just sit around, do nothing. Like, this is when I play Nitro too. Nitro mostly just does nothing to me and tries to whip punish me. Yes, I agree. And if I fuck up 2H, I'm screwed, so... lose patience too. Because Baiken is slow, even though a fucking idiot Bridget player is like, oh my god, like the character needs weaknesses. 2H can't be good. She can't be faster. She can't do combos. So because I'm slow, he could just sit there and like drown me out. Oh, fuck, I had dash go. While I watch him do nothing over and over, and I advance the match over and over and over. Look how much meter he builds. I get nothing. What could they? 1, they need to let her combo more. 2, they need above 2H. 3, they need to make H combo. Well, technically, some of the things I'm asking are greedy, but like at this point, it's like other characters get so much shit. Like I wasn't gonna combo. Like my mental is like draining. Like I can't actually keep doing the nothing choice over and over. And he gets to pick easy, and I have to pick like hard shit. Like I have to do this, wait for him, and like pick this and shit. He just has to think about, am I gonna do it or not? Or like I have to set up the anti-air guessing games. He can just sit there. He can just sit there, do nothing, dash block it to me over and over and over. Like you just have to pick nothing, build meter for free. It's very fucking frustrating. But I have to listen to people who don't enter tournaments be like, I'm so fucking greedy, I'm downplaying Baiken, while I continue to do like big, oh my god, gapping people. You know? You understand why I'm frustrated? I'm like drained already. So you also can't play her for a long time. I was fine and fresh at the beginning, but it's hard to play this way for a while. I keep thinking I'm gonna get the second Tommy. Yeah, just watch him build meter for free over and over. It's because I wasn't walking out the Tommy. Is he greedy? I don't think it's... Oh, fuck, I didn't get Kosashi again. I didn't get it. Yeah, 650. Are these goals just how? Yeah, he can. Oh, you can't RC this anymore. You can't RC this anymore. Considering switching character yet? It's okay. It's okay. It's not your fault, bro. It's not your fault. It's me. I'm the problem. And the thing is, I don't blame. Like, this is the way you play against her, though. This is the way you play. It's a rude. It's not a rude thing to ask, though. If I'm like complaining about a character, someone saying, "Have you considered switching?" is not a rude thing to say at all. Truth be told. And also, oh fuck, I got so lucky. You can't expect everyone to just know my lore. You know? 15 meter, thank you. Nice job. For the one time, finally. I picked it because my man just does not dash anti-air, and he picked dash anti-air the one time. Oh, bro. I need to take a break. It's so grating because it's so hard to stop, and I know legitimately what he's gonna do like 90% of the time, but I have to advance him. I can't not do stuff, and my character's not fast, so I sometimes I have to just like put myself in a spot so they fucking do something, and then it's like, okay, do I know what they're gonna do exactly here or not? Like, I figure out more defense stuff. It will help though. I keep getting in this spot. Is there anything you're able to practice to make? I think just doing it is good enough. You know? Because the thing is, tournaments are FT3. You know? Tournaments are first to 3, so I don't usually have to play like 15 to 20 plus games straight with her. Is it Leo so fun? You should try biking, bro. And first to 10 is like far beyond like how much I expect to play most of the time. Is it like this? She's too bad for me? I mean, you could put it like that if you want. You should play her though. She'll make you good at the game. This character makes you really good at the game though. If you can actually be good at her, I will say that. Is it like this for most matchups? It kind of, why would I want to put effort in being good? You should actually want to put effort being good, because if you can't be good with a bad character, you can't be good with a good character. You're gonna just be a guy who's bad on good characters. You know what I'm saying? Oh, that's real. No, I've played people before who are like, they're just bad on broken characters. There's a bunch of people who I played that are like that. It is real. That's like some real shit. But the thing is, she is fun. It's just like it's not even okay. Truthfully, it's what people say to me that pisses me off the most. That's the number one thing that makes me angry. Really, is what the shit that people say to me gets to me. Because I'm like, dude, you must literally be looking at a different screen than me. Like, there's no way you see some of the shit that happens to me and you go, that's perfectly fine. But the thing is, some people are just fucking I mean, it's guilty here. It's like that exit too. People are just fucking selfish. People are just fucking selfish. Only they want to have fun, and they don't want to have to think about another character. And the only thing I can give them is if they give me a top tier bike end, nobody beats me. I will say this with a straight face. Then people clip this shit, right? And I'm like, clip it, but also look at what I do, you know. I play for me. I don't play for like external motivation, but it's like I feel like I have to remind people like every year what I fucking do with this character by like getting some insane result. you know, and then like a bunch of discourse happens. But yesterday, not yesterday, last year happened twice. Last year was I would say combo breaker and winning first attack. Happened twice. I suck and I play bike at most of my hours. My friend would be like 4 and 30. When you're learning her, she actually is very easy to pick up too. That's the other reason why I tell people, yo, just like give her a shot, you know. She is actually pretty easy to pick up. The hard part comes when it's like you're like, all right, so like what do I do about some of this shit, like really. So I don't know if my character's bad because I always just feel like I could play better. There's a couple of things I've been thinking about to try to like help me, by the way. It's not total doom and gloom like the beginning of this month. The beginning of this month I was like, it's hopeless. But I'm not sure what the answer to this question is. I think it would help a shit ton though if I could figure out something with this. It would help a lot. There's a new guard cancel thing I'm not using, and I need to use that. That's true. So I gotta play her in ranked some. I mostly kind of think it's not super important for me to get a high rank with Baiken, really, this version compared to last version. I think it's important to get Milia to high rank though, legitimately. Right now I have I'm good versus good players, bad versus bad players, wink wink, which means I gotta just fucking get better. That means I'm not actually good with the character, you know? That means I think I'm bad with Milia still. What question? I posted it in Discord. I'm pretty sure. Or I've just been talking about it in Discord at least recently. I'd be very surprised if many people who haven't played Baiken have any understanding of how much work he put in this character. Well, one day. Oh, one day. One day maybe soon. Alright, let's watch this video. No, we can play till 6? I can play till 6. I can play till 6. We can play a little bit more million. One of the, like the frustrating things about Baiken 2 is like is that like you have to see situations your opponent doesn't know is happening, and like I don't know what type of rule I should give myself for like I used to like in some of these situations I used to like preempt something with a guess. Now I do dash block, so I'm like, oh well, I can just guard cancel like their reptile brain, but I still have this like, oh well, I did this a couple times, so they shouldn't like pick it. That was a contributing factor to my loss in winners at Evo. Outside of like a huge misinput, there was like a section of the last game where I was like, well, I guard canceled this thing legit in this situation legit the entire set. Surely they don't do it, so I set the situation up and I fuzzy mash and get counter hit, and I wanted to fucking do nothing. I was very mad. I was like how politely, how fucking eyes closed are you playing that you got guard canceled here like 8 times during the set in the same situation and you still fucking dialed the Gatling, bro. What about the tournament watch party? I need more time to do it. It's like a 3-hour like total thing, so I need more time to do it. It basically has to be until the stream. Yeah, but I'm not sure how to think about it. Like, I could be mad. I'm allowed to be mad, but also it's like I had to think after. I was like, okay, so it's like, what do I do about this? You know what I mean? What do I do about this? It's why I'm revisiting some questions about guard cancel, because I'm like what do I do? You know, I don't have an answer. Like before that, I was like, well, you know, Baiken has to advance the game. That's like a thing I say a lot. I'm like, Baiken has to advance the game. What I mean is like sometimes I have to pick something like bad on purpose to just confirm that where my opponent is in a selection in a situation, because some of the things you're picking against people are in situations they don't realize there's a situation. So if you do, if in like 5 guesses, in 5 like choices in a situation, if I pick 4 times like the correct thing, one of those times or 2 of those times I have to pick like the bad thing to just see where they're at, you know. Where if I was playing like a Zato type, I wouldn't do that. There's some characters where I wouldn't do that. Or if I play Axel, I wouldn't do that. Oh, thanks so much, Genbu, for the... Ooh. Oh, goodbye, me.
Onijam.
Oh, shit. A bunch, right? Fucking moment. Yeah, frankly, my opponent just played something. Yes? Happened twice. Mine didn't see I was in the air. On round star, you have to super jump IAD back. Do that stuff. Oh, dude, what are the fucking chances? Fine. Dude, it's like plus 30. Oh, that's fine. It's 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 fine. Massive pet peeve, but it's fine. It's fine, because who gives a fuck, right? You play Protector. It's fine. It's fine. You can mash on fucking tactic, not ambiguous plus frames, but like who gives a fuck, right? Good block, by the way. I had to make sure he was trying that throw. Capel. Why would I do that? That's a problem. That's fine. I agree. Oh, wow. Oh my god, this mix is doing overtime for me. That sucks. That's unfortunate, bro. Get the Mimeo. If he told me Paul would be top, it wouldn't be that crazy because he was like mid-tier in season 1. He didn't really start. Oh, amazing actually. He really needed to. Yeah, I'm bursting early, so I have a chance of getting it in round 3, depending how the round goes. You might get it. Yeah, I emphasis on depending how the round goes. Emphasis on depending how the round goes. I will say that. There is a timeline where I don't. Once a month winger gets pot. It's also the 31st, so. It's the 31st. It's the 31st. Yeah, but if you remember when on launch, pot was like mid-tier or like he was like mid-tierish. You know, he wasn't bad on launch. He didn't get to be like bad until like probably around HC came out. Maybe it was 2. I think it was 2. I'd have to go back and look at patch changes, but I think he just didn't get as much shit as other characters because other characters got juiced. Like hella characters got juiced in 2. Like all the disjoints you're used to dealing with now, they all got him in 2. They didn't have him on launch. And then he was down from, let's say, 2.0 until the last patch of Season 3. The last patch of Season 3, he's not top tier, no. He's like mid-tier again. I probably have a tier list for last patch of Season 3. I don't... He's like maybe high tier, but emphasis up maybe. But he's not bottom in that version. And then we have 4, and that's when he's like really good. Can Jago get FS disjoint? Your friends have FS disjoint. Your minions, your servants, your tier 3 subs that you get for playing Jago. Oh my god, my man's moving and grooving. Oh, he's mashing fast. That's my sword, bro. Dude. Another person who's mashing on me. I am convinced these people don't actually see the move happening. This kind of sucks. But I'm Milia, so... Good. Okay. What a round start. What a game. health. Lucky, by me. You. Favorite anti? You gotta ask Nitro. I think I'm bad at this match personally. Nice, actually, I didn't be. Yeah, pick Ram seems to be the the main answer actually. That sucks. Oh yeah, I did it just now. You do OS 6P to the almost 18. You do OS 6P to the left right. Yeah. You do FD plus 6P and he has to. It's annoying for him to deal with. Not perfect, but it's annoying. He has counterplay to that, but it's he has to like do some extra shit where doing the 6POS is relatively low commit, right? Yo, GGXX vocal low-key is ass, no? Dude, I heard Existence vocal and I was like, what the fuck? Like, who did they get to do this? Politely. They tried their best. But I wasn't a... Yeah. You 6P the high. Yeah, I feel like you're miraculously in every chat where Axe was out. Yeah, he's a fan of the game. I also stream early for a high level player. I stream relatively early in the game. I don't stream at night. I don't like streaming at night. This would be a fun way to get 18 if I get it. I would prefer to play this, Biking Mirror too. Biking Mirror hard, still. Oh shit. Homie has not done a single Tatami. That's hard. You have to do it gradually. Will you play Fortune Sleep? I want to, but I need to secure Switch too, because I don't have one. Oh, wait, I did ID back too. Do you have something? Wake up air throw. Yep, I agree. I got another better combo moves. Oh my god. The more I play against enemy Viking, the more I'm like, yo, people don't be using the Tommy. Nowhere. I did throw it too. Nice. Nice. It could be a lot. Try to get up. Oh fuck, I did delay 2P. I played okay. I shouldn't do throw H disc though. I should do something else. I did super jump install the one time. Yeah, against her, I guess I should do a different throw mix up though. Real. This stream shows us there are levels to this Baiken thing. Maybe that's why so many people hate on the idea of buffs. They lack ball knowledge because they don't see what her tools could do because they're the only one properly uses them. Never mind. I mean, yeah. I mean, that's reasonably fair. That's reasonably fair. There's a lot of stuff too. You know, it's all defense, so it's like outside of like neutral complaints, there's a lot of like defense stuff that's like pretty demanding to do, but people don't know because they don't play her. If it was easy, I would just say it's easy, you know? There's some characters where I'm like, this shit is easy. But Baiken's a pretty hard character. Oh, we can squeeze in like one more, because I wanted to play till 6. I thought that went fine. But I do have to think about throw reward a little bit more on Baiken. I feel that way about reversals in general. And then it gets weaker players too. Those are like the 2 times. I think really the answer is like fucking doing like dash JS or like more super jump install to them. I got a few ideas. I mean, they just gotta give her a couple. Like if they give her like one stupid thing and leave like no combos, I'd be okay too. You know? Because she doesn't need like the pot treatment where they get like fucking 40 buffs, you know? She just needs like a couple. And would be actually like a fine mid tier or like high mid tier. But I do legitimately think she should get 75 projectiles. And like some people like, and I talked to, I'll leave this man's name out of, you know, I won't slander the specific player, but he was like, Tatami has no business beating Gold Lewis like drone. And I'm like, look how entitled you are as a Gold Lewis player, where you like, you think you deserve this. You literally like, I deserve this. And, but my character also deserves to have anti-zoning. So your character both deserves a projectile that beats a move that's supposed to be projectiles, which listen to that sentence. But then you also need anti-zoning too. But my character doesn't need it. You know, do you see why I get annoyed? And they're like, it's a stupid discussion, it's a waste of time. I'm like, is it? Or are you just being entitled because you're too used to Gold Lewis being top tier and losing to people who are playing worse characters somehow? Anyway, it's my face. You know what I'm saying? Do you understand? Do you understand why I get frustrated? Do you understand? You know? It's like zero perspective. It's zero perspective. Okay. It wasn't actually, I remember being good into Milio. Nice. Run up 2H after -4. Would command dash? No, something new. That's a big theme of this game. Something new. Right, that's what. Can't block her. My burst. Decided to fucking walk and wait. Remember, you're plus 18. Don't let these motherfuckers do bullshit to you. You're a fast character. At least jump. Capel, her DP was to Capel. Shit, yeah. To be honest though, I don't think I play this matchup well. There's like no flame right now. I think I'm bad at this match. Oh, if I made it. Yeah? Not big a shit. Fuck, I chased it down. Okay, now I want to play one more. I'm tight. Well, I checked a backdash, but I used the low active move. I guess it's okay to block Bridget though, if we're in neutral. It's not bad. It's not bad. It's not like she's Ram. Well, I feel like a lot of my problems in some matchups with her is like I don't want to block like anything. Where biking, I'm cool with blocking because I can attack from blocks on, but it's actually okay to run up and block too. On the GL thing, a bunch of people only see change in relation to their character. A buff to any one character, even if the buff is exactly balanced, cool, and interesting for that character's player base, those characters just see it as an... Yeah, I know people say that a lot. I mean, again, like, I'm kind of just like, yeah, if you just hate the character, that's fine, frankly. I'm not gonna say shit to you if you fucking hate Biken. I get it. I think when I watch myself play, I'm like, this person is probably annoyed, like, half the time. Surely we don't pull. That sucks. Bye. Dude, why do people mash on me? Dude, why do people mash on 6H so much? Oh, yeah, I gotta listen to my man B-Mac, by the way. He told me something to do. I didn't do it. Jump? Jump? I thought I was gonna hit jump. Okay, that's actually not bad. Dude, I actually play this person a lot on Biken too. I've had this person on Biken a lot, dude. This is actually a recurring character on this stream. Good song. Good song. they got hit for fun. They might not have gotten hit for fun. Inspirational. Yeah, you got that, dude. I misjudged. I actually thought I could do a reset. What are we doing here? I do like that sometimes. I'm going to fucking end you. That's a terrible throw. Okay. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, you went the wrong way. That sucks. Nice confirm. Yep. I cannot believe you got hit there and the thing you picked was fucking throw. But my bad. Oh my god, I love Million sometimes. I'm flaming him. That's oh my god. Okay. Shut him. Super. Oh bullshit, cats up, get more. Earlier dash for yes. You did, come on. Come on, why are we doing this to Milia? Why? So greedy, bro. Greedy. You got it. Greedy. Oh my god, dude. I think it's so greedy. It's so greedy. But it's okay. It's okay. I can think they're greedy all I want. I can think they're greedy, but I have to hit them. And I did. I did that shit. I did that shit. I was excited by Jacko, and I saw... See, when you put it as FE67, that's like Hopium, though. That's like there's gonna be 67 Fire Emblem games, which is sick. It's sick, no? Alright. Chronicles time. Woo! This has been in the making for a minute. Item's getting on his reaction game. Hell yeah, bro. Yes, bro. I'm telling you, I'm a fucking innovator. Truth be told, I think. Oh, I don't think it's actually in the playlist. So, let me give you a little lore. There's a video. The video we're gonna watch today. First, before I even start, thank you to everyone who subbed to make this happen. Why did I see? Oh, okay. Some of you may know me for reacting to videos from this YouTube channel that I'm about to display. Okay, this channel. Very well edited videos. That's the first thing I have to say. Extremely good editing. Significantly better editing than me. I don't exist to this person as far as editing. However, controversial, let's say, fighting game takes. Let's say it like that. Also, they have not posted a video in like a year. And a couple of years ago, this video got posted. I actually watched this as soon as it came out, and I had a lot of pushback to this. Some of you might know me for this video. This is a video about YRC and Exord. In the end, it looks like it's about other shit, but it's actually about YRC. And there's a lot of like funny memes of me memeing rubbish, being like, I wonder if you play Slayer, why would the only character I could think that can complain about YRC the way you are specifically against the character you're specifically talking about is Slayer. And then they said they play Slayer. I just went lol for the rest of the video. Smiley face. Okay. So there's this video, but Biken has changed quite a bit. So this video is made like for tournament time. Let's say it's right after like my big Frosty run, right? So this is like a season 3.1 Biken. So, and I'm just saying this before we get into video. So the perspective of where she's at, right? To be fair, I didn't share too much of what was going on with this version of Biken either. And that did contribute to some of my successes in that version. Because I actually thought in the middle of the patch she was quite weak. But she had good. It's not like she didn't have good stuff. I just thought that the top tier was insane, basically. So I thought she was like good, but compared to the best characters, she was not that good. Okay. So one of the sub goals that we had for this journey we're going on, that you can see right next to Shantae, is to rewatch this video by today's Biken standards, right? Because Biken has changed quite a bit since this video has come out, and the game has changed a good amount too. I mean, we're on Strive 2 for fuck's sake, right? Yes. When we watched this originally, okay, this video is old enough that LK Chronicles didn't exist. That channel was called Lord Night Clips at the time. And I was just putting out like same as any clips channel, just like 30-second to 2-minute clips of like stuff that happened from stream. This video also is one of the videos that inspired me to start the idea of LK Chronicles, like specifically reacting to mostly fighting games, sometimes gaming content, but like 90% fighting game content, because I'm gonna let you know, I did not like this video. I did not like this video. This video was really annoying to me. I think it's a good video, but I don't like. You'll see why I didn't like it. And I did talk to Rubbish a little bit, and I just felt really annoyed. And I had the feeling that if we ever played Guilty Gear together, they would fucking hate playing me. Basically, maybe almost definitely projecting. I just did right now, but yeah. So with that, it's a long video, so strap in, get some water, get some snacks, and get ready, because I have legitimately not watched this video since the last time I watched it on the stream. Let's get a little audio.
Familiar with the thought experiment of the
okay.
I'm sure you're familiar with the thought experiment of the ship of Theseus.
All right, check right now. This is the first thing we have to check. Who is familiar with the thought experiment of the ship of Theseus? Anybody? 1's for yes, 2 for no. Yeah, I should get some extra snacks too, actually. I should definitely get some extra snacks. You are right. You are like 10,000% right, actually, and because I'm gonna be fucking waffling. Let me log my food and log my food and let's get some water. Because I didn't cook anything today yet. Um, I'm gonna get some more grapesies. I feel like I had did I have a no, I had it immediately. That's why I felt that way. So boom. And then we're gonna log you, and then we're gonna get some carbs. Why does everyone so to be fair, I did not know it until I saw this video. Okay. Also yeah, give me a sec. I wanna get some water and some like shit to eat. Hold on. We gotta strap in for this one. It's a long video. All right. Also, our room is a sauna, but we're gonna get through it. Oh god, maybe we're not gonna get through it. Okay. down, and we're gonna get comfy. The ship of Theseus was in WandaVision. Is an interesting. I thought I had a. I guess I didn't. Oh, I literally didn't. Put you in, and then an extra 150 of you, and we are golden. Cool. All right, we continue.
I mean, you're a bright person after all. Theseus, the mythical Grecian hero and king/founder of the city-state of Athens. Quite the industrious figure, many an adventure did he undertake. You know, like defeating the 6 chthonic guardians or capturing the Marathonian bull. But probably most famously, Theseus ventured to Crete, and in the labyrinth built under King Minos' court, he slew the ferocious Minotaur.
Whoa.
Turns out that King Minos had for a long time ordered the neighboring city-states to send 14 of their most top Gist men and women to be eaten.
Top Gist is definitely a throwback to 3 years ago.
By said Minotaur every 7 years. The Athenians were said to have been so enormously grateful to Theseus that his anchored ship was preserved for generations to come. Its old planks being switched out as they decayed and replaced by stronger, fresher timber. But when all the original planks of the ship on which Theseus had sailed had all decayed and been replaced, was it still the ship of Theseus?
Okay, what do you think? By the way. This might be a deep thought, but like, your body is the same, no? Your body is the same, because I believe the fact is every 7 years your body replaces all the cells, right? Like you have a whole new set of cells, totally new set of cells every 7 years. So if if it's still you, that is still the same ship, right? That's at least that's kind of what I think what it is.
If not, at which point did it change? What if one were to preserve all the original planks as they were torn off the ship, and once all of them were gathered, rebuilt it? Would that then be the ship of Theseus?
Wait, so I know for some reason I feel like I did not wash these grapes. I'm sorry for pausing a bunch. I feel like I'm really dumb. I'm like next to a sink, so. I was tweaking about that. I was really tweaking about that. They get into this a lot in Cyberpunk. Interesting. Like the game, right? Grapes unwashed? Yeah, I don't know why. I mean, I think okay. I definitely didn't wash them before. That's facts. Now I did wash it.
Both or neither. An ancient paradox regarding identity and change across time, there are a plethora of different attempted solutions. Maybe you feel objects survive this gradual change, or maybe you do not. Perhaps you feel the material makeup of the ship doesn't equal the actual object. Either way you look at it, there aren't really any solid conclusions that lack for pitfalls or contradictions. It's called a paradox for a reason, I suppose. But have you ever stopped and considered just who is Micah?
That's the intro, yeah. I will say specifically, as a YouTuber, I really respect the fact that Rubbish did this intro. I think a lot of like YouTube strategist people would be like, why the fuck would you do an intro like this? I really respect this intro. I'm not gonna lie. I actually really respect this intro. Specifically not thinking it's a like even me, I'm like, technically it's not a good intro, but it's a good ass intro in a different way. This is like for the love of the game type shit, you know what I mean? I really respect it. Sometimes people are like, yo, okay, you be chasing the algorithm. And I'm like, I mean, yeah, I'm trying to grow my channel. That's like one of my main goals is grow my channel. So I try to do things that, like little things that get people to stay. That's also not annoying. to people, you know. So when I see shit like people do shit like this, I'm like, fucking salute, man. Like legit. You see what I mean, though? I can't do this. I can't do any of this editing-wise. Kind of like people complaining about stereotypical YouTube. Yeah, you have to understand, at one point, it was actually good to do that. Like, YouTube moves in phases. So there's stuff that, like... So, you know, I posted a video, the shit about the fighting game viewership. And I mentioned, like, offhandedly that it was funny that we were watching a video about viewership, but Maximilian uses, like, an animated intro, right? And people are like, wait, what's wrong with the intro? Like, they're like, what's wrong? And I'm like, there's nothing wrong... By the way, this is like an ad because I only answered a couple of people directly. There's nothing wrong with Maximilian having that intro because he's been on YouTube forever and people are really familiar with it and comfortable with it. But if you're a new YouTuber, you don't have the luxury of doing that. Like, you just don't. Like YouTube has gone so far past that like if you're new, like someone clicks your video, no one knows who you are, and you have like a fucking 10-second animation and it ends in your name, they're just gonna click off. You know, I used to do intros like that too, and I stopped doing it. Every once in a while, someone would complain in the comments. I'm like, haha, whatever. They don't get the meme. But I used to like. At one point, I was like, I can't do this. I don't have like, I don't have the time for a viewer to like sit through this. You know what I mean? I didn't remember they didn't put stride biking in the intro either. Oh, there you go. At the end. There's our girl. There's our girl. There she is. Never mind, my bad.
No biking, no biking.
Yep.
If you've spent any amount of time within the fighting game community, you've probably run across this phrase at least once or twice. Biken.
When they announced, but I didn't realize how fucking popular this character is, by the way. This character is popular as fuck. The meme of like people who don't play this game love this character is so true. Legit, one of my first 100K videos on my channel is dude. Okay, sorry, step back. The reason why Guilty Gear players strongly dislike exists is because of Biken. You guys understand this, right? Because in exit tournaments, people didn't like fighting, but no one like liked Biken in tournaments. It's like, oh, Biken's annoying, you know. But then like everyone's like, oh my god, I've only played a game. Biken's in it. I'm like, well, who are all these people, you know? So I made hold on, let's grab it. So I made this fucking video. I know you can't see it right now, but I'm doing that on purpose. It should be like well, it's more than 100. Here you go. This was the first one. This one is the first one. Why Guilty Gear Player Strong is like Biken is the very, very, very first one. The very, 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 very first one. It's because of Biken. You can blame Biken. All right, let's continue. I keep pausing. Didn't you do no? Biken was the first one. Biken was the first one, and then I did the hashtag YouTuber of, oh, this worked, so I should do it for other characters. You know, Biken was the first one.
The one-armed, one-eyed samurai has been present since the very first Guilty Gear way back in 1998, a full 25 years ago, and time has not seen her popularity decrease. The last two iterations of the series, Exert and Strive, launched without her inclusion, and both saw a sizable group of people very vocally clamor for her addition to each game's roster.
Remember that. I don't remember if she started in an XX. Someone has to remind me.
Short, people go batshit for Viking. For a lot of people, she is one of the series' most iconic characters. But she also just happens to be one of the least played characters in the entire franchise's history.
Yes.
Ain't
correct.
that a bit of a quandary?
I think she's popular in Strive. I don't know if there's like stats and stuff. She's popular in Strive. But competitively, she's not that popular. That's true.
A quandary which just happens to be of particular interest to me, if for nothing else than the fact that I have a hard time wrapping my head around it. How can Viking simultaneously be one of the most requested and the least played characters in the series' history? And who are these people who so dearly wish to see her back, yet
God.
seem to disregard her entirely mere moments after her return? But before that, perhaps a quick refresher on the woman herself. Viking as a character is in many ways
Oh,
a
it's a mod.
hodgepodge of pretty direct references to pulpy samurai serials and films that center around badass ronin on quests for revenge. Her overall character concept is almost assuredly heavily inspired by the Tange Sasen spin-off character Okin, also known as Lady Sasen.
Any movie enthusiasts could tell me how popular this character is in these circles, by the way, because I have no idea.
A one-armed,
I still have no idea.
one-eyed, ponytailed swordswoman on a quest to find those responsible
Oh, yeah, that's
for the
definitely
murder
Viking.
of her family
That's
and
like
her
the same character.
childhood maiming. This mashed together with the pseudo-historical swordsman Shishido Baiken, popularly depicted as being a master of the Kusarigama, contributing both her name and influencing the use of weapons hidden inside her clothing attached by chains. In-game, Baiken recurrently inhabits a role that combines strong space control by way of her far-reaching sword and chain attacks, vicious mix-up potential with her insanely fast instant overhead Yosansen, and probably most notably a uniquely strong defensive focus that is most often expressed through her ability to attack out of her guard.
Oh, they definitely used a mod for this, by the way, because she didn't have it yet when this video was made. It looked pretty odd.
Baiken has, at this moment in time, actually appeared in every single main iteration of the franchise. Though, as much as things have stayed the same, quite a lot has kept changing. Now, it will come as no surprise that Baiken players of all ages will have a favorite iteration of the character. After all, you will tend to gravitate towards the version of the character that you were first attracted to. Maybe even to the level of disliking earlier or later ones simply because they aren't conforming to what you're used to. That's not only
This is something I acknowledge a lot. This took me a while. Surprisingly, this took me a while to learn, but I do have the benefit of playing many different fighting games. So it was just odd to me that people thought like this for a while. But I was like, oh, most people, especially when I'm starting, most people really do just play like the shit that they played. I don't play other shit.
entirely fine, but also not what I'm at all interested in investigating. Instead, I'm interested in pondering just what the people who claim they adore the character time and time again, but who do not actually have any interest in playing her, find so alluring about her in theory and off-putting about her in practice.
All right, get your there's two really interesting things jokes out of the way now, please. Can we just do it now? Anyone who wants to make that joke, go ahead. Go ahead. Now's the time. Anyone who wants to do it, oh, there's two things. Now's the time, ma'am. Now's the time. Just do it now. Just do it now. We just want to get it out the way. Okay? Okay? You guys good? You guys good? Everyone good? Can we keep going? Okay.
There certainly isn't a perfect way to dive into this, but maybe using one of the fighting game community's most well-known, long-time, non-Baiken playing Baiken advocates, Maximilian, as a proxy for this fandom.
Speaking of Max,
is as close as we can get. Maximilian, regardless of how you feel about him, has a long-standing.
Do you like plus R Baiken? She's very interesting and similar to my learning Exoid Milia process, which I go back and watch XX. for Strive, when she got guard cancel, I started watching a shit ton of plus R Baiken. Like far, far, far more. Even when I picked her up, I watched some to get some ideas, but like once I got guard cancel, I started watching a shit ton. And I tried watching Exert Baiken to see if I could apply stuff, and you really can't, bro. Like there's not that much you can apply from Exert to XX. For Exert, I mean, maybe that sentence also true. My bad. I meant to say Exert to Strive, but she is surprisingly close to the XX version. Surprisingly close. I learned quite a bit from watching Plus R actually.
And quite impressive, really. Career of being very attached to Baiken, but not having that attachment
By the way, he's got Baiken in his intro.
Translate into investing much time into piloting her. An attachment.
My liege, you're looking like a YN. I mean, that's not bad. That's not a bad thing. Maybe.
Attachment that goes way back, almost to her first appearance actually, and despite her many aesthetic and gameplay changes, seems to not have waned much over the years. I mean, the character features pretty prominently in his channel intro.
Yeah.
Max seems to have always been a fan of Baiken.
See, by the way, when I say that's my girl, about some of these characters, you gotta remember there are trophies attached to this. When I say that's my girl for Baiken, well, I gotta be careful because I got this. If you don't have one of these with Baiken, then you can't say that's your girl. That's my girl. That's my girl real. You know what I'm saying? But when I say like Mitsuru is my girl, or when I say like Margaret's my girl, it hits different. You know what I mean? It hits a little bit different. There's a physical thing around me that I can point to.
Baiken almost at any given point in time. But what was Baiken?
Let's go.
Almost at any given point in time. But what was Max such a fan of if many of her constituent parts have been mutable? Which of her qualities are to Max and this assortment of Baiken fans her defining ones?
Nice legs.
Let's take a bit of a dive into Baiken and her many iterations, starting with her aesthetics. I mean, that's generally what people first find appealing and then connect with in their characters. So, just what does Baiken look and sound like? Baiken's first appearance in
Woo, look at his art, bro. Look at his art, bro. Old school. Look at fucking Frederick, dude.
Guilty Gear Missing Link on the PlayStation 1 saw pretty much all of her base elements get established. The samurais like
again, I don't like this art that much though. I mean, call me a woman enjoyer if you want, Gooner if you want, but I like her art starting. I like her XX accent core art the most, I would say. And then my second favorite would be Exerd, I think.
Ronan's story inspiration, while never being abandoned, is, I think,
the brown hair
at its most dominant in this first outing. It is often attributed to series creator Daisuke Ishiwatari that Baiken
look at young Daisuke, bro. He looks like Ash Ketchum.
Was heavily inspired by manga protagonist Himura Kenshin after Daisuke had mistook him for a woman. This is, however, unsubstantiated and seems to be a popular fan theory at best.
Yeah, imagine if Baiken did the Kenshin too, where she had like big anime ooh eyes, and then it goes dual one less rock, and she fucking locks in. That'd be a sick point. Actually.
Perhaps it isn't that hard to see why that story is so easy for people to accept as fact when you see this version of the character. Missing Link Baiken is easily her most androgynous design, and conjecture aside,
I'm talking art style specifically.
There is definitely a likeness, one that is perhaps primarily found in her very ragged design, reminiscent of Kenshin's past as the Manslayer. Baiken in her debut is, mind the pun, all edge. Her tattered kimono, unkempt hair, and lithe figure all come together to form a very callous and dangerous look. The ragged edges of the kimono sleeve that contains the chained weapons reinforce the fact that she has been maimed in every key pose. She's a straight racer, fully focused on one thing and one thing only: the sword. Yes, when you were out partying and doing drugs, Missing Link Baiken
Hey! Don't assume what I'm doing in the streets, bruh.
was of course
Hey.
studying the blade.
I studied the blade.
Sadly, not
I
that
study
many
the blade
people actually
constantly.
played this game back in its heyday.
140K.
Meaning this version of Baiken has gone down without making much of a splash in the history books.
Well, pretty niche game,
especially if you add on the fact that she was actually a hidden character. Guilty Gear X and XX Baiken are for most aesthetic purposes almost identical, so
Good
they're
song, by
pretty
the way.
easy to tackle as a pair. These versions, I think, are what people for a very
Oh, sorry. Okay,
long
my bad.
time associated the character with. Pre-Exerd, I would go almost as far as saying that her first appearance in Missing Link might as well not have existed for how much these later versions dominated her public image.
Yeah, and not they'll probably touch on this too. I am curious if the Guilty Gear Missing Link was in arcades or not. We did watch a Guilty Gear. Remember, my goat Python on the bike end got second at the Japanese National. We did watch that. That's on LK Chronicles. It's very entertaining, by the way. So I feel like it's Guilty Gear X. They really started sweating with the game. I don't know if Guilty Gear The Missing Link has any competitive history like that. I know it's a really memey game, but I don't think there's a lot of info on like how the game actually plays. People just say that it's broken. I've heard stuff about about why the game's broken, but people don't really know. That game is out in like '98, so I'm not even in the U.S. I'm fucking in another country at that time. You know,
and for good reason too. This is where she was really solidified into a more unique character and less of a mishmash of references. The design team pumped up the volume of her hair and abandoned its reddish tint, giving it a more unique color with this pinkish hue. She gains her ever-present face tattoo, possibly based on a Buddhist Sanskrit mantra, giving her that iconic symmetry of scar and tattoo down her face. Lots of design elements return, but are yet retooled a bit, like her kimono. This version of Baiken puts further visual emphasis on her missing arm by not only making the tattered sleeve physically more present in her animations and highlighting it with a pink rim, but also juxtaposing it with a much more kempt kimono.
Yeah, they mention the movie shit at the beginning of this video first.
Yes,
yeah.
This version of Baiken most people are familiar with comes off as way less physically deranged and more in line with the Toshiro Mifune-esque archetype of a badass ronin. And hell, speaking of Mifune, Baiken even has a nod to the Jojimbo chin pose. So far, I think it would be preposterous to argue that a fan of Missing Link Baiken could not very smoothly transition into considering this later version of the character to be a very reasonable evolution. Regardless if they still preferred a Baiken that was visibly more rough around the edges or not, like in Missing Link. It becomes a bit harder for me to understand this fanbase wholesale acceptance of her audiovisual design evolution once we reach Exerd, however. Not because it was
This is not. Hey, what the fuck is this? Ew.
Poorly or haphazardly executed, but simply because of the fact that it was so very, very different.
Is it bad if I say I got hype when I saw Exerd Baiken for the first time though?
Now, I would certainly be stretching the
I'm the problem, right?
truth if I said Baiken in Exerd and Strive. Yes, we are covering them both at the same.
And side note too, before they actually talk about the games, because remember we're watching this in season Strive 2.0, which is essentially season 5, right? So with the current version of we're watching the current version of Baiken of Strive Baiken, right? You can't go back. One thing about modern games, you can't go back. We can't go back to 3. We can't go back to 2. We can't go back to 4, right? She's similar to 4 though, right? So from me looking back at XX, Exerd, and Strive, Exerd is like the odd one out playstyle wise to me, personally. To me,
look like a completely different character.
You kind of can, but you can't.
But
you know
regardless of one's personal preference in how this design compares to the earlier ones, I think it misses the mark a bit in terms of evolution. Comparatively speaking, most characters' design progression from the XX games to Exerd was handled a lot more smoothly. Using Sol and Mei as an example, one can clearly see where the designs were pushed and where restraint was shown. There's a clear respect shown to the earlier designs, and elements were kept both to reinforce a continuation of their silhouette, but also their color palette. Even in the more heavily retouched designs like Milia and Potemkin, the designers were smart enough to limit the redesigned sections to let recurring elements remain. In these designs, they retain both their overall body shapes and idle stance animations.
You can't say that for Amelia though. They had to give it back to her, low key.
Leading them to
her idol is different in Exerd, actually. And then in Rev they gave her the old idol.
Be easily recognizable from a silhouette standpoint. I think this is arguably a lot less.
Also, Exerd Melia Fit is mad goated. Yes, I agree.
True for Baiken pretty much across the board in every category.
I don't think so though, because her stance is the same. I don't know. I still don't agree with this. Actually, her stance is basically the same. I wanna say. I just think it's like poofier. I just think she's poofier. You know?
Not only was Baiken,
I mean, outside of the obvious, like her chest is huge and emphasized. Like I feel like a lot of other stuff is just poofy.
Baiken's physique increased in volume, which, to be fair, was not something she was alone in gaining in the jump between XX and Exerd. But this was also accompanied by a quite large jump in terms of her clothing design. The kimono from Exerd is not only different in terms.
Nah, still though. It is different though.
In terms of color palette and print, it's also, unlike her earlier design, layered with a coat. Something that I think in practice puts much less emphasis on the ragged sleeve and that dichotomy with her otherwise pristine outfit. This, combined with her new idle stance, makes that aspect almost get lost inside the rest of her design, a stark contrast to her earlier iterations. This also came coupled with her hair not only changing hue again, but also ballooning in size.
I liked it though.
A direct consequence of all of these changes, I think Baiken is a lot less recognizable from both a silhouette and a color palette standpoint. If you further add on how her physical demeanor seems to have shifted a lot with changes made to her forward, back, and run cycles.
Yeah, that is the big thing though. That is definitely the big thing. They really emphasized her chest and made her like that. Most Exit characters are just bigger. Like the Soul example is a perfect example, and Pa also. They're just like kind of beefy. Chip is also kind of jacked. Chip is like less jacked than Stripe, low key. But I don't know. They didn't do that to like Milia, you know. But I feel like May is poofier too. But it is like they said, where May has the same like this like base colors and shit.
Amongst other things, she paints quite the different picture. All of this leads me to personally find both her Strive and Exert designs to be failures in terms of continuing her visual aesthetics.
Okay, but Strive just continues Exert. They just decided to do that shit Exert, and then Strive is like Exert. Strive is not that different from Exerts, so.
Doesn't mean I personally find the designs horrible or anything. It's certainly one that harbors a fair share.
Characters evolve over time, though. No, yes. I'm gonna tell you, I will not claim to be an expert on character design. I just am not. I would leave that to them. All I can say is that I personally am not bothered by it. I am a straight man. I do like booba. I do like big hair. I like the Strive and Extra design. I also like the XX design and X design. If there's one that I don't really like, it's the fucking original one, like the OG like Missing Link one. But like they said, that one basically in like bike and most. Should I say most? Basically, it for every character that was in Guilty Gear, the Missing Link doesn't matter that much. Yeah, that's another thing. Like Baiken is like the second to last character added to Exert or something. She's like one of the last characters they added. Something that I've noted from Arxis is that like You know, our Arxis is really known for their visuals, right? So when they do a new visual style, they're kind of tame with it, but then once they like are adjusted to it, you'll see like crazier shit, you know. And I believe for like Exerd, the reason why some characters in Exerd didn't like come out with the launch cast was like they just didn't know how to handle the character. I think the famous one is Dizzy. Correct me if I'm wrong. I believe they said the thing about Dizzy was they just didn't know how to do Dizzy in the new visual engine. And it just took them a while, you know. I think Missing Link Biking looks cool in the art. I just don't like the sprite really. Yeah, I don't like either really. I guess her sprite's not her sprite. Her art is fine basically. It's fine. It's a dark time for our girl. It's fine. She's not eating. She's mad. I understand. Truth be told,
Finding it cool doesn't necessarily strike me as odd, especially not if this was the first Biken design one stumbled across. I do, however, have a hard time reconciling with the idea that someone who loved Biken because of her aesthetics before Exerd would be entirely psyched about the Exerd and onward designs. It is interesting to consider how much more recognizably Biken her Exerd and Strive designs end up feeling if you just tweak a couple of parameters instead of going whole.
I don't like it though. See, I don't, you know, it's fine. With mods
hog and fiddling with almost all aspects of her visuals. On another note, or perhaps a pair of them, it is hard to talk about Biken's physical changes between the XX and later games without talking about both the size and emphasis put on her breasts. Video game politicking aside, I'm firmly of the belief that Biken has always been a sexually charged character, and that her sex appeal has been a strong attracting force for a lot of players. To say anything else,
famous Onesan enjoyer here, so
is arguably pretty off base, I think. Heck, Maximilian himself has even commented on this literal fact several times over the years.
The hottest one-armed chick ever in a fighting game.
What interests me though is that I wouldn't really agree that XX Biken and Exerd Biken are sexy in the same ways. The sex appeal of the X and XX version.
This whole thing is gonna be subjective, by the way. This is a subjective section. But anyway, this is the AC art. I'm a big fan of her AC art.
Biken, I would argue, both hinge on the dangerous and taboo nature of her confidence.
I'll let you make up your mind on why I like the XX art. Okay, I'll let you make up your mind. I won't actually say. All I'll say is that it's not that.
You both hinge on the dangerous and taboo nature of her confidence. Both Biken's mannerisms and her physical appearance are divorced from traditional femininity, yet the character is presented as being a really confident and self-secure actor. This, in spite of her active non-conforming to traditionally appealing mannerisms and her disfigured physique. One also has to remember that Guilty Gear's aesthetics are firmly rooted in anime, meaning while her physique would make her a swimsuit model in our world, it is presented as being somewhat run-of-the-mill by the comparison to her contemporaries from the series. Something that makes Biken's confidence in the face of her physical marring even more of a statement. XX Biken derives a lot of her sexiness from an almost callous flouting of
turning Super Saiyan
convention. Exerd and Strive Biken, on the other hand, I think arguably both derive their sex appeal from an adherence to convention, rather than a flouting of it. While I still think Biken reads as a badass in these games, her physique has not only literally been enhanced to a much higher degree than her contemporaries, it's also coupled with...
No comment. This is a subjective section and it's fine.
In my opinion, visuals that minimize her disfiguring and put her desirable physical qualities even more in the center of the spotlight. As a direct consequence of this, Biken's more direct flaunting of her goods comes across as less taboo. I mean, of course she would be confident in this situation. In universe, she would be extremely desirable. Now, it is of course conceivable that you could enjoy both these designs in different ways. But if you find both of them sexually appealing in the same way, I wonder what that way would constitute. An Asian broad with a sword?
I almost said broad.
Is that it? Again, and the point I'm trying to make here is not that people cannot have a preference.
Whoops. Okay, I thought I
It is
broke
more
my
so
mic.
that if Baiken's visuals were what really attracted you to the character and you were just begging for her to reappear, wouldn't something like this be what you had in mind? It seems to me that the general blasé or outright, okay, good, she's back, responses that Baiken's redesigns were met with would indicate that it wasn't necessarily the main factor in what made her appealing to Maximilian and company. And the same story can be applied to her voice,
My homie's not doing Max justice. Look at this fucking...
which similarly seems to be an aspect of Baiken both Max and other longtime fans point to as being one of her great character qualities. Baiken has had a lot.
Oh, Max is taking some punches in this video, dude. Right? Actually? I'm not sure where he's going with this. I'm not locked in. Well, right now, it's just talking about the aesthetic of Baiken from her inception.
Of voice actors over the years.
Ooh,
And
voice
not
actors.
only that, but several pretty distinct directions for those actors to take the character. Is this the voice people recognize and love?
Whoa, she sounds so different. So different, real.
Or is it this one?
やってらんねえ
Woo!
そう焦るなって畳返し
There we go.
Or this?
さまつな試合だぜ面倒だね
They changed her mid XX? Dude, how many characters did they do this to? Actually.
返し
Tatami
Or
guys!
this?
さまつな試合だぜ面倒だね抜きな畳返し
There we go. That's the
Or
one I
what
know.
about this?
さて、ここまではままごとだ。
Dude, this is Baiken. What the fuck? Sometimes you see voice actor and character they voice, and you go, "Oh my god, this person voiced this." Like they look so different from the character. Like if someone told you this was Baiken, you'd be like, "What the fuck?" But like, this is actually Baiken. She looks like she's gonna stab me in this picture, bro. You know what I'm saying? That's a compliment. This is a compliment, by the way.
今なら引き返せるぜ。畳返し
But hey,
Oh,
there's
she doesn't do that one. They use the excerpt one.
a lot more to a character than their aesthetics. I mean, you can be a massive fan of how they play and be super glad when they come back and not care as much about their visuals, right? So, what does Baiken's gameplay look like? That's not as easy of a question
Who's fixed the servers? Oh, it's climatized.
to answer as one might think.
Okay.
Unless you thought it
Oh my god, Burst was at full screen.
would be a bit complicated, in which case you are correct. I'm going to present an idea here
There's hella Persona music in this video.
that some people might not fully agree with. Fighting game characters, in general, tend to not change that much between iterations.
That I highly disagree with. I really disagree with this. Yo, Hester Terrestrial, thank you so much for the prime. I do disagree with this, but when people play a character and the character is a bit too different from what they're used to, I don't blame them for being upset. I have been upset about this in the past.
That's not necessarily that odd either. Characters and their functionality tend to account for the majority of what the games have to offer in terms of their interactivity. The other large part, of course, being the system-wide mechanics. But you
It is hilarious to use Ryu for this, by the way.
can't really market new games to the general public on system mechanics,
Yes.
which makes
This is correct.
it a lot easier to just keep familiar faces around and have the system mechanics be the big new thing that will influence the larger changes in the core gameplay.
And once again, a reminder of the only fighting games they're gonna make are legacy IPs and games based off shit. You know.
This is, of course, a generalization.
Okay.
But to me, characters changing big time between iterations, like Jin from Tekken 3 to 4, stand out so much largely because it is so rare. And probably rightfully so. Characters have fans, and if you majorly change how they work, you run the risk.
This is a pretty good point for Ram. Ram is actually quite different between Exert and Strive, and this was a really big point for a lot of at least the NA Ram players. They were like, we really don't fuck with this version of Ram. Like, just so different. Where Milia was similar enough, so I wasn't really stressed about that. He's skipping SF6. I don't think SF6 was out yet. I think SF6 comes out like a couple of months because remember, this is from season 3. SF6 comes out in 2024. Yes, and it had a 2-month evo. So I think SF Core comes out a couple months after this video.
Risk of upsetting their player bases.
Yeah. A lot of people from Exerd, they didn't like the Strive version of Ram.
With all that,
and side note, even to because again, this is like we're talking about season 3.1. So even to this day, people say Ram is a bland character in this game.
said,
Strive.
has Baikon's gameplay changed a ton between game versions? Yes and no. Baikon's offense-orientated bag of tricks was something she appeared with more or less fully formed in the first game of the series, though some of them certainly functioned in a different way than they would come to do. Different as they may be, all the bangers are still here. Tatami Gaish, Baikon's projectile, works in a pretty similar way to what one might be used to.
It's huge.
Its grounded version doesn't launch, unlike in later games, but the air version not only has extremely low recovery, but there is no limit to how many you can have on screen at
maybe that's why she has that fucking worthless shit that she has in Strive, by the way.
the same time.
She has it in Strive. You can have multiple tatamis on the screen in Strive.
Meaning you can make a literal wall of tatami mats. Her other special moves all seem to follow this mold of strong idea coupled with somewhat odd execution. Yosanzen is, unlike in other titles, not an overhead.
Oh.
Something that might make it seem pretty useless in practice, but unlike later games, it recovers extremely quick and actually gains Baikon height on use. Meaning it is not only advantageous on guard, but she can also technically just disappear from a match whenever she feels like it. Bye-bye, Baiken. Rounding out her specials is Kamaitachi.
She's raining Sakura petals too. Isn't that nice?
Long-range move where Baiken extends a chain into the opponent. This one not only reaches insanely far, but is actually an overhead for some reason. An overhead that's actually
Let me get that.
punishable on hit if
Never mind. Let me not get that.
faced up against a savvy opponent. Don't feel too bad for this first outing of the character though. She still had access to a bunch of strong disjointed normals that any Baiken player will be intimately familiar with, and on top of that, easily
JS disjoint.
accessible infinite combos in a game without burst. I mean, most of the cast have that, but Baiken does too. Now, again, like 0 people have actually spent any actual time with Missing Link, and even fewer of those 0 unlocked Baiken for play, which means people probably don't really consider this version much, if at all, when it comes to what springs to mind when they think of Baiken. I only really brought her up to show you that as much as things change, things stay the same. As with the aesthetics of Baiken, X and XX are probably what form the basis of what the majority of people considered her core toolkit and playstyle. Lots of these things will be familiar. Tatami Gaish is back, though
This is accent core, right?
you can no longer carpet bomb your opponent with multiples of it in the air. It does now launch though, which is muy bien. Yozansen quickly becomes a super useful overhead with insane speed, though you sadly can't launch yourself to Mars with it anymore. And Kamaitachi becomes Kavari, a slow mid-strike with a potential follow-up second hit. As a cherry on top, Baiken gains Zuzuran, a command dash that lets her move forward and still auto-guard highs and mids.
Yes, people beg for this move in Strive, by the way.
Now I wonder why you give a character a move with auto-guard, but more on that later. These specials, combined with some extremely strong key normals like the amazing jumping slash with its great range and disjointed hitbox.
But yeah, you know my take is that I would much prefer to have a new move than have them give her something old back.
Allow Baiken to act, well,
Just
really
sit with the
quite
theme of the game.
belligerently in the air. 2D, a special and jump cancelable low that allows her to open people up in a really fucked up way if they start getting scared of her overhead mix-ups with Yosansen, and 4/ for a poking and space controlling normal that basically has it all. Great speed, good gatlings, and a disjointed hitbox. These core moves and the offensive/footsies related playstyle Baiken is afforded by them is largely something that has never changed. There are definitely additions, slight or, large, but in a general sense, this part of the character's identity is one that has remained, at least on a surface level.
Oh my god, when I see her 2H, that 2H, I'm like, yo, let me get spinning rims, bro.
Extremely similar over every following iteration of Guilty Gear. The particular strength of her offensive capabilities sort of wax and wanes depending on the title. In Exert, for example, it is more pronounced, but comes with a heightened risk-reward aspect, while in XX, she tends to play a little bit more reserved. But relegating Baiken to only this toolkit not only misses
2H, the sword spinning rim that vacuums.
half of her available moves, it is also exceedingly uninspired. Having a projectile that allows you to run set play on the opponent's wake up relatively safely, a strong footsies game, and a vicious high-low mix-up are sort of dime a dozen as far as Guilty Gear goes. And the longer the series went on, those same key ingredients became so recurring that they amounted for like half the roster at any given point in time. Love it or hate it,
Putting Raven here.
Guilty Gear characters tend to not have their characterization be expressed through the inclusion of mix-ups and slow.
Wait, this is my Amelia. This is me. This has to be me, actually.
Not have their characterization be expressed.
This is the definition of
inclusion
alchaism.
of mix-ups.
Turbo
and
2K?
slow
Yeah,
projectiles.
this is me.
Amelia
No one else
has
does
disc,
Turbo 2K.
Yes.
Yep.
But she is also super duper nimble and has an insane approach tool with pin. Raven has orb and air dash mix, but he also has great zoning options, debuffs, and managing his recoverable health. And Baiken, well, her special ability lies in the fact that if you fuck around, she will let you find out.
Oh, remember when that shit was scary, bro? Oh my god, the fucking Perry RC, bro. Perry RC. Red is on me. Oh yeah, I beat projectiles too. God, bro. That's okay. Yep. This combo's. Oh, he's just dying. Okay.
Yes, Baiken's unique selling point, or gimmick, or thing, in X and XX was, and is, the ability to do offensive actions from block stun. This specific quality of Baiken is why a lot of longtime Guilty Gear players either love or hate playing against the character.
Boom, the curse.
Guilty Gear as a series is one that overtly at least focuses on aggressive offense-related options. Especially at intermediate levels of play, this often pushes people to have pretty polarized opinions toward Baiken in these early titles.
Real shit. Where's the at Lore Knight, bro? It's okay.
The games in
at this point, this is so iconic. You know who did this.
general all have systems that visibly reward the aggressor and punish the one on guard. Something coupled with an ease of access to strong set play. something that leads to offensive block strings, mix-ups, and okizeme, all at times falling into a potentially rehearsed I get to do things now area. Because of Baiken's extremely unique ability to execute half her moveset from block, with potentially devastating results, the mental stack and series of interactions to consider do not necessarily lessen at all once the person ostensibly wins neutral and starts running their pressure. X and XX guard cancels cannot necessarily be described as a monolith, but as a general idea, they tended to offer her either options with limited or full invulnerability, allowing her to either blow through follow-up attacks or make her way out of sketchy situations. Though I will take a little bit of time to talk specifically about Baku, a meter-dependent super or force break move that allows Baiken to throw out a massive, either advantageous or at least quite safe hitbox from guard, and can then choose to apply certain debuffs to the opponent on hit, be that limiting their ability to dash, jump, or backdash, be put in a counter hit state for all following attacks, or disabling their ability to guard Baiken's next attack. Baku is a further reinforcement of her playstyle being tied to limiting the opponent's options by turning them against themselves.
Bombo?
Baku quite literally meaning to seal or bind. Pretty much all of the guard cancels are executed by doing a reverse quarter circle from back to...
Yeah, so these are actually pretty counterintuitive to input if you actually look at the inputs for these moves compared to Hiragi.
down. A pretty wonky input as far as traditional fighting game motions go.
Yes.
And one that definitely leaves room for error and points of exploitation by the opponent. The motion being so odd is probably also a compounding reason as to why Baiken never had a high pick rate in these games. Not being able to grasp how to execute half your move list is probably not very conducive to approachability. Funnily enough, Max himself noted that while Guilty Gear X was possibly the game he had spent the absolute most time with over the series' lifespan, he had never executed one of Baiken's supers done out of block stun.
Whoa.
A super that represents a whopping 1/8 of her entire move list in that game.
She's got a super. She's got a super that she can do from block, but I can never fucking. I've like barely ever done it. I don't even know how good it is. We're gonna find out. There's a super I have that I would love to do.
Is it the thing at the bottom? While holding one of the buttons, you do double core circle forward? Or is it number 7? Oh, no, that's IK. That's IK. It's number 7. Back, half circle back, P, K, S, or H.
Back, half circle back.
Yeah.
Okay, let's try it.
No.
Not it. Definitely not it.
Add on to the fact that Baiken is traditionally a very low health character in a game series known for high damage.
Really? High damage, Guilty Gear. What a surprise.
And well,
I didn't know that.
You can see where I'm going with this. Due to the nature of the guard cancels, they
It's our goat.
lend themselves very heavily to certain types of extremely useful applications. For one, they are extremely strong in the neutral game, as they allow Baiken to dash up towards her opponent, and in reaction to their mid-range pokes, which in Guilty Gear often ends up being 2 hits because of the Gatling system, guard cancel between hits to seize the momentum. Even more useful are negative edge guard cancels.
Okay, lock in for this. This is like the secret tech of the old games. Lock in
Because
for
the
this.
guard
Lock
cancels
in for this.
themselves aren't executable from a neutral state, if one inputs it outside of block stun, Baiken will just execute the normal button tied to the specific guard cancel. Which, of course, isn't great since you can get baited pretty heavily, and if you recall, Baiken is about as durable as cardboard, which ain't great.
You know, going back to the aesthetic, by the way, her HP is good in this game. Her HP is like middle of the line-ish. I think she has like slightly above average HP in Strive, where in Exurge she's like third low. I believe it's like Chip Milia, and then Baiken. Baiken is like pretty low HP at Exert. That being said, Exert, you take less damage overall in the strider.
However, since you can negative edge specials in Guilty Gear, that is executing the move with the button release and not the press.
Yeah, so this is an old game thing, by the way. This is an old game thing. These games have no buffers. They make up for it with these negative edge things, and that's why this exists.
You can do some funky stuff, like buffered negative edge guard cancels on Wake Up that will absolutely destroy meaty attacks from the opponent, and she will do absolutely nothing if they didn't press. That's pretty neat.
Yes, it is.
In some of the games, this combination of strong offense, good damage, and the uniqueness of guard cancels allow Baiken to be counted amongst the strongest characters in the cast.
We love that.
In others, like the aforementioned X, which is fucking bonkersville, having super easy looping unblockables and readily available infinite combos in a game that doesn't have burst yet, by the way, these things instead let her compete with the rest, simply because she gets to counterplay stuff that the rest of the cast more or less just die to. Regardless of how you feel about her, in X and XX, you really needed to sit down and engage with how Baiken worked to not just get rolled by her at any decent levels of play. At the tail end of the XX series, the dev team started toying with the idea of allowing Baiken to utilize these guard cancel moves in a more direct way, like letting her execute them directly from Suzuran without blocking any move, allowing her to, for example, do stuff like this as a combo ender.
Yeah, up their combo game
in
a lot.
Exert, this guard cancel is still very much present, but it changes in execution. Big time. The same core concepts still apply. Baiken is allowed to do special moves out of block stun, but they have been revamped heavily. Instead of just having a selection of executable specials with different inputs, Baiken is granted a move called Azami. Azami acts more
A lot of people ask for this, and I'm like, please don't give her this, actually.
like a parry stance with follow-ups than just a special move, where hitting into it allows Baiken to execute one of 5 follow-up moves. Azami can also be executed from guard, just like the XX versions. Chiefly, she now has to decide between doing a low catching or a high catching parry out of guard before she can actually execute any attack, meaning that the opponent has more offensive options in play capable of beating out an attempt to attack out of guard. Not to mention the fact that she can no longer do powerful techniques like negative edge OS and is instead left in a counter hit recovery state if no attack showed up, which, because of Baiken's paper mache body, means bad things will quickly be coming her way. One of the biggest additions of note is that Exert Baiken can execute Azami in the air, allowing her to utilize it as a super strong
This shit would go crazy in Strive, though. Air parry.
anti-air tool, with Tsubaki, one of the air moves out of Azami, being a super fast and incredibly active attack with great damage potential. Notably, she also retained the ability to do moves out of Suzuran, now the Azami follow-ups instead of guard cancel moves, executed by the press of a button instead of doing the sort of wonky guard cancel input. Exert is a version of Baiken that people in general seemed less mad about when facing. Probably, at least in part, because of it being easier to grasp how to work around Azami versus her XX style guard cancels. While Baiken changed
Milia was pretty good against Baiken just in general in Guilty Gear history, though.
a lot gameplay-wise between XX and Exert, the core of this balance between strong offense, mid-range game, and defense remained intact. Even though Exert Baiken in the end arguably pans out to be a very recognizable experience to how she functioned in XX, it was always interesting to see how, just like with her big visual jump between games, the Baiken fanbase were pretty uncontroversially accepting of these new changes, even from the get-go. Some of it is, I think, pretty understandable. Lots of characters had the floor for executing their game plan made drastically easier compared to their earlier games. So if you really liked how she...
Yes, one of the main things here is that really early in Exert, in It might have been 1.1. It was very early in Exert. They expanded the buffer slightly to the current buffer. And it made a lot of stuff just way, way, way more consistent. And there was a complaint, not from everybody, but I heard a complaint a couple of times of like, the game's execution is too easy and shit because of that. Plus, they made a bunch of like, so the one thing they would do in Exert is like, they wouldn't give characters more combos. Instead, they'll give characters bigger hurt boxes so that they're easier to combo. So like one nerf that Venom got a lot, like Venom in like XX, like Venom doesn't have good defense, right? He's good at mashing, basically. It's like his best defense generally. He's good at mashing. Big punch, big 2S, da da da. Okay. But in the older games, like in XX, a unique defensive thing is actually being hard to combo. But they kind of like got rid of this thing in Exert. Like a lot of the characters that are like traditionally difficult to combo in XX are really easy to combo in Rev 2, like the current version that they're playing. To the point that people just go for hard shit on these characters now because it's just easier to do combos to them.
Played in XX, but found it a bit too daunting. I understand loving these changes whole hog. Still, even having been made easier to pilot for beginners to intermediate players, she remained a seldom seen character throughout Exert's lifespan. And this pattern of embracing any and all change as a big positive was set to replay once she came back in Strive. It's kind of hard to dance around this next part, so I'll just get
What's
to
that dog doing?
In the jump from Exert to Strive, the dev team more or less just deleted this unique selling point of Baiken's. No XX style guard cancel moves and no Azami parry stance out of guard. Or just in neutral either. Replacing this entire suite of defense orientated special attacks is Hiragi.
Yes, so this is the part that made me mad originally. I'm gonna let it play, and I'm gonna talk about how she was when this video was made versus how she is now, because she is different now. What you do is different now.
Standard parry type move with extremely fast startup, in which Baiken catches an opponent and slams them to the ground for big damage. Or just repels them if they are out of range. Hiragi, while being a very strong version of a parry, is still just a parry though. Sure, Azami from Exert also had the parry-like drawbacks of a whiff animation, but Hiragi is just a straight-up parry. Meaning, unlike in earlier titles, it cannot catch projectiles, cannot be held to extend the activation period, and crucially, is impossible to do out of guard. You could argue that Strive as a game in general was designed to be a more stripped down system for its characters. But it is hard to not notice how Baiken got hit especially hard in terms of change of game plan and just raw loss of special moves. Whereas most other characters lost one or two, often pretty tertiary moves in the jump from Exert to Strive, or almost none like Sol or Kai, Baiken not only lost access to this suite of defensive specials, but because the guard cancel aspect of her character was made completely null and void.
Oh, what I like about this though, side note, is that like, so you gotta remember, a lot of these are like follow-ups to a move. You know what I mean? Also, I don't think they call it a follow-up to touchdown send, whatever though. But again, I will go back and explain what they actually did to this character, because I'm gonna say it. Rubbish did zero research on Strive Baiken. Even at that time, they did zero research on Strive Baiken. I literally had a super major performance, like a crazy super major performance, right before this video came out, and I was very annoyed, extremely annoyed by this section. We're gonna keep going.
Tactics and special moves connected to set ability also had to go, meaning Zuzuran, her advancing auto guard move, was also dropped entirely. You might think that this renewed focus on specifically her offensive game came with a bunch of new flashy tools, and if you thought that, you'd be wrong. In fact, Baiken's aggressive arsenal was more or less left entirely unchanged.
Oh, I forgot about Ace Comedy 2 fucking medium counter hit. Oh my god, bro.
With one caveat. The slash version of Kabari and her throws now attaches her and the opponent together by a tether, which, to be fair, is pretty gosh darn wild and is something that does add a significant amount of tactical depth to her kit. But I think you
I
could
hate this
easily
mix-up.
argue that it is at the very least a sort of plus minus zero situation overall. Now, considering what we now know of how Baiken has functioned and evolved over the years, how do you think her drastic redesign in Strive was met by this fanbase?
Okay, so they're not gonna. Okay, so I want to talk about how Baiken was at this time and how she is now. So the thing about this character is that she's a character with a small special move list that they all have a ton of application. That's like a really, really big theme of this character from my perspective, right? And specifically, we're talking about the defense. So Hiragi, right? So Hiragi, the initial Hiragi, the really big theme behind it is forcing your opponent to play around the window. So what do I mean? So, I'll explain why this is just really fucking, I still think, really dumb and annoying. I don't know if they've changed their mind about this, but essentially, the launch Hiragi is 6-frame parry catch, and then it was bugged, and it was a 7-frame parry catch, but they never nerfed it. So at this time, it's a 7-frame parry catch. So the idea is that the throw protection in this game is 5 frames, right? Throw protection is 5 frames. Your parry is longer than that, right? So your opponent has to leave a gap that's longer than throw protection, longer than 7 frames in front of you. The thing is, you can combine Hiragi with roam and cancel options, like BRC. I mean, specifically BRC. BRC is the best one, like by a significant margin. And PRC, but not the way that you would think, because most people are like, oh, parry PRC. Parry PRC actually shit, but you can combine Hiragi with some other system mechanics to essentially push this window and make people think about like attacking in this window. So what do I mean? So okay, your Hiragi is like 7 frames, okay? Backdash BRC, if you backdash BRC, her backdash is 5-frame interval. So if someone is waiting for parry and waiting to see parry, and you do backdash BRC, you're 50-50 them. You're attacking. It's sick. Okay. You have this guessing game that you use against them. At this time, you also had the ability to card cancel special moves into super. You still have it, but at this time you could do it with defensive reversals too. So you could combine Hiragi with Tsunade Sanzu Watashi and like the sword super, and you could essentially have a about, what is it, not 9, either 10 or 11 frame invulnerable window in front of them. And what was good about this is that there was a tactic around delaying your strike to try to strike like after the parry window, but outside of her jab and kicks range, where like she can't like counterattack you. And this was really, really good too. So basically the theme is like you're using resource against the opponent, and also the threat of the knockdown, and also the reward, because the original Hiragi does a shit ton of damage, just like 150. Even the nerfed version did a lot of damage, like 100, and you could RC it into a combo. In season 3, I think still in this version you had the you didn't have the total burst save combos, but like you could create burst 50/50s off like Hiragi hit RC, a fast RC charge BRC, because also Hiragi is considered it's a catch, so it's considered like a throw, so they can't burst the animation. So you could do Hiragi, fast RC, charge blue wild assault, and lock them out of burst, and do like a bunch of nonsense to them too. On top of that, the neutral application. So at this time, it was essentially a requirement to know what had gaps in neutral. So things like the first ones like 2K2D, like Testament 2K2D has a gap. Milia 2K2D has a gap. There's stuff like that. There's I'm trying to think of another example of a character who has it. Situationally Testament stuff has gaps in neutral. So you could reverse stuff from neutral on certain characters if you knew. Also, knowing people's frame data combined with Resource 2 means you could BRC at them, you can use Reversal Parry Super on them, and cover a bunch of options. It's not guard cancel, don't get twisted, it's not guard cancel, but basically the goal was to get meter and stack meter usage against them, along with also using your burst against them too, because like you have an example of like, okay, you go for parry, they bait your parry, hit you, you just burst, like it's like resource stuff they use against them. As time went on, we go to season 4. So basically, the current Baiken is like season 4 Baiken, right? So outside of like the parry catch being less reward because they nerfed the parry catch, right? So she got guard cancel. She did get a guard cancel. Okay. I can't actually say everything about this guard cancel. It would take me like an hour or two to actually discuss all the stuff she could do with guard cancel, along with the various techniques and applications with it. All I can say is that it's a shit ton. All I can say is that it's a lot. Watch me play. Watch me play. I use it a lot. It's very good. It's the best reversal in the game, and its main weakness is that it loses projectiles. And it's difficult to use for some reasons. So it's funny enough that they just went. I thought since season 4 she's just very similar to XX. I think Exert is kind of like the odd one out for Baiken personally. All you can say is let's get you 1,000 more subs, or you can just wait. I mean, I would love 1,000 more subs, but you just wait. You just wait. Either or.
Null and void.
The only thing is that at this time there's no way. So by the way, like I'm still not like how am I gonna say this properly? Obviously, I'm watching it in the current year where they gave her some stuff. I mean, again, like she has guard cancel Hidagi, right? So I'm not gonna be like, oh, you weren't clairvoyant, you didn't know that she was gonna get guard cancel. But that's why I'm like, oh, I'm not gonna compare, like be like there's this that, and other thing. She didn't have it yet at the time. The main thing at this time is just like playing around numbers. It was the big defense thing. It kind of honestly, I'm going back to this idea right now. By the way, it's like an idea I'm revisiting about guard canceling and application stuff.
Tactics and special moves can. I think that there's a bunch of new flashy tools. In fact, with one now attach it.
Oh, and I forgot too. The other thing I forgot is that there's actually a lot of unique defensive situations that only happen when you're tethered. That was a big deal. Basically a big deal, period. But I started implementing these ideas like that year. And I think I showed some of these on stream, but like essentially the concept is like I'll give you guys a simple example. Like Nago, right? Nago has like 2S 5H. He can't cancel his 5H. So Nago players are generally pretty comfortable doing 2S 5H because he's so far away, has a lot of pushback, there's not that much you could do. But if they do it when the rope is on them, you can just punish them. Especially because the rope will pull you back in. So if you FD, especially stand FD, the 5H, he's gonna get pulled back in. You punish him for whatever you want. And there's a lot of like little situations and punishes that happen only when you get tethered, only when you FD specific things or like do specific things, which actually is pretty in depth.
It's her and the
tether is a very like some open world shit. Like the game basically is like, all right, this rope is on you, and the main thing is like they can't get away from you, and like there's just a ton of application. That's the theme of this character right now. Is like she has a small special move set, but everything does like a lot.
Opponent together by a tether, which, to be fair, is an amount.
Okay, so we go back to
now, considering what we now know of how Baiken has functioned and evolved over the years, how do you think her drastic redesign in Strive was met by this fanbase? An intense bout of disbelief and outcry? A period of disappointment followed by acceptance? No, none of the above. The decision by Arxis to forsake her former unique selling point was met almost wholly without controversy and generally with open arms. Baiken was back, and that is always what is most important, right? It seems to me that the no Baiken crowd is, regardless of what sorts of changes are brought on by her return, be they aesthetic or gameplay based, always just as satisfied with her return. Which, again, if we loop back to the original question, who is Baiken to these players, sadly leaves us no closer to any answer. Max was obviously self-identifying as a fan of Baiken at all these points in time. It's super easy to find him on record saying that exact thing. But if her visual design and her voice direction or even actor wasn't super important,
I'm trying to talk to this lady over here, by the way. I'm letting y'all know.
nor
letting
her
y'all
sort
know.
of main shtick gameplay-wise, then what remains? Any one-armed lady with a katana? Would this
Max, he gets fully cropped thumbnails. It's fine. You gotta remember, I slandered this person really hard about Slayer, so it's okay.
character I just
okay.
made up scratch that itch enough? I'm not trying to say it is wrong to enjoy things. Enjoying things is in fact rad and cool. In these lands, we love an enjoyer. But looking at my own experiences in fighting games and life, if something I really enjoy changes a ton, it causes me to hesitate a bit. I really like Slayer in Guilty Gear. He's one of my all-time favorite fighting game characters. Slayer
You had to use backdash BRC, not BRC, my bad. Backdash cancel bite. That's the clip. That's the clip, right? Dude, why are all Slayer players like this,
is
man?
not in Strive though. But there
Yet.
is a character in there who shares some of his traits.
Nago?
A character called Nagoriyuki.
Yeah.
He's a vampire, just like Slayer. He shares a couple of special moves
Again,
and
you gotta leave them alone. Slayer wasn't in the game yet.
some of his aesthetics. If Nagoriyuki had just visually been Slayer with a sword, I don't think I would have been very thrilled about it at first. Not because his toolkit is objectively worse or anything, but it certainly would have felt like a huge departure. Perhaps I would have warmed up to that change given some time, or maybe I wouldn't. But that's the part I really don't get.
Ooh, low profile 2K.
Max and the rest of the fans seem very attached to an idea, but maybe not so much any practical reality. But maybe
Nah.
I've been going at it from the wrong direction all this time. Yes, Baiken has changed a lot over the years.
Nah.
But what people like Max enjoyed about her might not be this sort of ephemeral quality I'm looking for at all. And instead, it could be based entirely in what remains
Bro, let me
the
get
same.
that though.
Namely,
Please.
Baiken's strong neutral control and aggressive 50-50.
Strong. My bad. I'm hating on my own character. I'm hating on my own character too much.
Max has somewhat recently talked expressly on how he feels about Baiken in Stride, where he generally rates the changes as very positive ones. Something that fits pretty well with the fact that Max seems to have been consistently quite uninterested in Baiken's defensive suite of options. From the aforementioned not having ever used her guard cancel super in X, to being sad to see Suzuran go, seemingly entirely because of losing access to the offensive utility, being able to
Man, Max getting slapped in this video though. I forgot how much Max slander was in this fucking video, Loki. I mean, what I could say is from my both at this time, because from the season 3 perspective, Rubbish sounds like Max. The way they're trying to make Max look, that's what Rubbish sounds like when they're talking about Strive Baiken at this time. And then from the current Baiken, it's funny that they gave her back one of like her core iconic things, the guard cancel, right? And what happened? The majority of Baiken players don't use it or can't use it. And it's a quarter circle. You know? It's a quarter circle. You know, it's not like an odd input. It's just a quarter circle. I'm greatly like underselling why it's weird to use, by the way. One day I'll discuss this move in detail. Trust me. But yes, you know, from the current perspective. Do you think Suzuran could work in Strive? There's a character who has Suzuran already. Anji has Suzuran. Did you fucking forget? Anji has it. They gave it to Anji. Yes? You're saying LMAO like I'm not telling the truth. She got her guard. Yeah, so she has a. Is it good? It is the best Mutus reversal in the game. So no. So, never mind. Don't do it. To be fair, I don't ask for her to get that move. Would it be helpful? Yes, but again, I think there's a very clear theme in this game of characters getting new shit, especially like on the launch characters all getting new moves. So I would much prefer a new move for the character than her getting something else back. Personally, honestly, ideally something defensive or something for combos. Yeah, Baiken has a guard cancel since 2024. Season 4, October 2024. She got it back. Really November 2024, because the patch was on Halloween.
The moves out of it gave him. This coupled with absolutely no mention of those moves primarily being tied to Azami and guard cancels whatsoever. Max ends up saying that he feels...
Okay, I also think this is a little... I mean, this is more unfair to Max, but the other thing that's not fair about this, I know why, because, you know, he's like the traditional biggest YouTuber, right? Fighting games, but this is Max is a person who plays a shit ton of fighting, specifically a ton of fighting games, and I don't think he's trying to talk about Baiken like an expert. I know why you use him as an example, but like, you know, he admits he's a casual in this game. Like, you know, it's like you're gonna be like, oh my god, he doesn't use guard cancel, but like, bro, like it's not easy to guard cancel. It's not easy to guard cancel in any game that she has guard cancel. It's just not, you know.
It's like these changes are positive ones because Baiken is such a popular character that she ought to be an accessible one. And
dude, the funniest thing is they tried, and she still is a character for like Giga Sweats.
He's
you know?
right.
She's a character for
if
Giga
you
Sweats.
compare strive numbers to earlier titles, Baiken does have more players now than she did in the past, and quite significantly so. Going from one of the least to one of the most played in the entire roster.
I wonder what this looks like now, because this is using Puddle rating update from the time. So this, I think, is including like just everyone who put. I guess it's fine, actually. The main thing is there's more people who are not fighting game sweats play Strive too.
But should Baiken, like Max says, be for everyone because she's so popular? Or should she be for people who enjoyed what she brought to the table in the first place?
This also ignores, because I don't actually know what Rubbish plays, but there is a theme that I see more and more as we have only legacy fighting games and fighting games based on famous IPs. That you know, it's maybe some of y'all get mad about this, where like high level players make a tier list and the bottom tier is like A- or like B+. You go, well, why is it that and not like F tier? You know, because it's all a bell curve. You know, it might be one of those. And a really big theme that has been happening is like, damn, this is the fighting game with Goku. It would be really sad if someone who plays this game like for fun couldn't play their favorite character in Goku Ball, fucking Blue Vegeta or Nappa or like, you know. It's a really common theme, especially in games based on IPs. They really try to make sure that you can play like your favorite character. And I don't think that's a bad thing. I don't think it's a bad thing for a character to be easy to pick up, because I legitimately think if you think you're good at Guilty Gear Strive, you know, I'm gonna project a little bit too. If you're one of these people who say I'm downplaying Baiken and shit, you can literally pick her up really quickly. But you see also, because she's so easy to pick up, really quickly where the challenges are. And there are some people that I know who have actually tried the character, who come to me and ask me about a character, and I just send LOL. And I just said LOL. And they're like, oh. You know, and that's not even going into all the stuff she can do. I don't think it's bad that a character is easy to pick up. Like, just truthfully, you know. I don't think it's a bad thing that, like, people who are not putting many hours in fighting games can play the character, like pick up the character and play with their friends. I don't see how that's not a good thing, literally. You know, I think it's a great thing.
The XX and even Exert games were all a pretty long time ago at this point. Can't really keep designing games for the same people decade after decade. And those games also still exist, right?
You still
Who
blame.
is in the right here? And can you extend the character herself, this very idea of Baiken, the rights to remain as she was? That might seem an entirely ridiculous idea. Baiken is not, after all, a real person. At least I don't think she is. But changes with
Baiken is real, by the way. You guys didn't know? Baiken, they showed Baiken multiple times in this video. Where is she? There's a section like here with her, right? No? We gotta go all the way back to fucking... I don't know how far back was the fucking VA stuff, but there is a real life Baiken. God damn, this video is long. Where the fuck is the VA part is so short? Okay. I went 4706. Surely this is about VA.
every following iteration of Guilty Gear.
No.
The particular strength of her offensive Jin might not. Particularly seems to be an aspect of Baiken
It's very
could
easy to
enjoy
find
both
pictures of
these
Max in this
designs in
video.
different ways. It has not only literally been enhanced to a much higher degree than her contemporaries. Speaking of Mifune, Baiken of
Dude, right, the
tricks
VA
was
part is so
something she
short.
appeared with more or less fully for
Well.
how to work around the zombies. You that it is
Let's go back to where we were. I don't want to spend too much time looking for one super specific. Even though I
but
really want to find
changes,
it. She is real.
whether we see
Baiken
them
is real.
as
It's our
good
current VA.
or bad, signal
Baiken's current voice actor is Baiken in real life.
different
If she wants to DM me, then by all means, please.
things to the world. A large group of people feel it is a moral failing to pick a character color that happens to lighten the skin tone of the character in question. Are they
We talked about this before. I think this is dumb, personally.
right
Yeah.
in thinking that? I don't know. But to them it
Yes.
signals
I think this thing is so dumb, actually.
something
Personally.
unethical.
If you think I'm the problem because of that, then whatever, man. Like, I think this is such a nothing problem.
Even though no real person is actively impacted by it at the moment of occurrence. Baiken has in all dimensions of art, lore, gameplay, regardless if you were inhabiting her role.
I haven't heard your take on this. Why do you think so? So there's a bunch of reasons. One of course classic reason is that they put character references in these colors. Ram has one, for example, right? So like the black, the what is it? It's like black, red with white skin. That's like the OG Valentine, like the Valentine before Ramavon, Alpha, and Jacko. That Valentine from Guilty Gear Overture. The other like some other stuff about it is like every now and then I do see some insano like Soul has a color in this game where he has like dark brown skin and like a purple hue. It's honestly very, very ugly. Most characters in this game have dark skin color. Like Baiken has a dark skin color. Almost all characters have dark skin colors in this game. And a lot of it is just like it's just color palettes. I don't think it's that serious. Colors the characters aren't real, and it just gives players the choice to pick what they want to do. I don't think that's like such a big like fight to have, really. You know? It's pretty much like my personal preference is I really like colors where I have this with my Baiken color. My Baiken color is this. It's the default color palette for the character, but like different clothes. I'm a really big fan of that. No, Valkyria Esports Arg? Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, I don't think it's such a big war to have. You know? I'm just like, why is this important? I'm like, if you're gonna fucking post on Reddit about White Ram, you should go vote, man. You know what I mean? You should go vote and make some actual change in our world. If you're American, specifically, I'm talking about Americans. When I say we should go vote, and actually make change, because like, who gives a fuck? You like truly, who gives a fuck? Should they though? I mean, they literally should. No. You know, I don't think it's a really big war. I don't want to argue about it with people. I literally don't give a fuck. Like, when I read that, I just keep scrolling. I'm like, whatever, bro. Like, you got it. Whatever makes you feel better. You know what I mean? I don't think it's a
or
big deal.
going up against her, gone from a character that was literally hard to approach to one that is now readily available and less complex. From a fortress siege.
Oh, I will say though, okay, I do have to be fair. I forgot this point. I do have to be fair. I had to come to this conclusion. In the past, I think around like in my Melty Blood days, I was very much a like I thought this about cosplay, for example, right? I was like I was very much a like if it's a dark skinned character, someone dark skinned has to cosplay the character. I was very much that. And then like after a couple of years and like going to shit, really just getting out the fucking house fixed me, dude. Like once I started like going to shit and stuff, I was like, oh, low key it doesn't matter. People could just do what they want. Like who gives a fuck, you know? Like who gives a fuck? It's something I understand as a default thought. By the way, I do understand having that as a default because I had that as a default. You know, I had that as the default, and then I went out into the world and I was like, oh wait, this is not a big deal. Actually, this shit is not that big of a deal. And now I think it's cool. I think it's cool when people put like little touches from like their culture and stuff on stuff, and like honor the character at the same time. Like it's cool. You know, I'm at this point I'm like whatever. I got through it really early. I think probably by when did I start really traveling? Honestly, pretty early, dude. Probably like 2011, I think. Right? The first time I went international is I went to Canada. I went to 2011. Definitely by the time I went to Heaven or Hell in 2012, I was like, yeah, who gives a fuck? Like low key, who gives a fuck? And then definitely by like, yeah, definitely by Exert, I was like, who gives a fuck? I don't remember people even saying that shit in Exert either. By the way, because Ram had all these colors in Exert too. That's the other thing.
Bar brawl, from all edge to curvaceous mom figure, and from very unique to quite typical. In 1757, British philosopher Edmund Burke.
Talking about British philosophy. Let me take a piss real quick. Hold on. Let me take a piss real quick. Dude, I walk back into my room. There's like a fucking painting on my screen, bruh. All right, let's wrap up. Show me a little bit more. I want to check my DMs. I'm supposed to talk to Lotus in like a little bit. Let's see. Just want to make sure he. I know I have him on Discord, but I feel like we never actually talk on Discord. I feel like he just DMs me. Oh fuck. Yeah. He. I guess I'll message him on Discord. Hold on, message him on Discord. But I'm good in a little bit. Okay, yeah, let's wrap the shit up.
Published a treatise on aesthetics regarding the beautiful and the sublime.
Ooh.
We're kind of running along here, so I'll paraphrase a bit if you don't mind. To Burke, Beauty was something unproblematic and pleasant. A summer's day or a flower arrangement. Another form of aesthetic allure, however, he described as belonging to something he called the sublime, a distant mountain range or a starry night sky. Images that, unlike the beautiful, stir up feelings not altogether positive. Experiencing something sublime is to feel threatened in some way, but to also feel your ability to overcome that intimidation. It is daunting and terrible and magnetic.
Is this what a Slayer player muses about it? Are you saying Slayer players don't think about the game? Or is that what you're saying? That's very rude.
At the same
Extremely
time.
rude.
When
Dare you.
Max talks about the changes Baiken has received over the years, and if they were in the end worthwhile, he has this to say.
I think they have a pretty good balance at turning Baiken into the character that people thought she was.
That then, regardless of the nice and pleasant feelings brought on by finally getting to play her, reads to me as a capitulation of sorts. The sublime has been tossed aside instead of overcome, and in the end, we all know.
Oh my god, shut up. Oh my fucking god, man. Shut up. 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 Even at that time, this is both. I mean, so much of the run is gone. So much of the run is gone. So much of the run is gone, bro. Wait, let's talk about the sublime. You want to see a sublime? You want to see some sublime shit? You want to see some sublime shit? I got you, bro. Hold. Surely. Oh, that's very nice of them. They should. We gotta dig through this account a little bit. This is the account that unfortunately is silent, but they should have this. I mean, assuming they have it on retweets. When was this? I don't remember. I'm getting close. We are praying. We are praying. We're praying. We're praying. Oh, they went crazy. Okay, we gotta scroll for a bit. Okay, goddamn, they fucking we had it was a crazy year, clearly. Like for real. I thought I would get to around where this was faster, but they were going insane. Oh, this is like, nope. Give me a little more. Unfortunately, I don't have this on deck. Wow, that really was a crazy year, actually, though. So I'm still scrolling. Okay, all right, we got it. All right, please, no audio, Elon. Okay, please, no audio, Elon. This is a lost match. This is what Sublime looks like. You want to see what fucking Sublime looks like? Sublime and Strive looks like. I shoot her. Bottom 5 character, by the way. Yeah. Yes. Yes. I won like 7 sets in a row or some shit. This is like a historic run for this character. That's what Sublime looks like. This is a couple of months before Rubbish posts this video. By the way, this is a couple of months before Rubbish posts this video. Okay, that's what fucking Sublime looks like. Oh my god, bro. Please, oh my god, dude.
Oh, that beauty is just skin deep.
Oh my god, bro.
Oh, and if you were wondering, Max is still not playing Baiken.
Yes. I played Baiken. I fucking play Baiken. What the fuck? Oh my god. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. This just like, okay. You understand how both past me and current me are fucking annoyed listening to this? Like,
at the same time. When Max talks about the changes Baiken has received over the years, and if they were in the end worthwhile, he has this to say.
Well, the first, like, you don't have to fucking slap Max, bruh. Like, it's fine. Leave him alone.
I think they have a pretty good balance at turning Baiken into the character that people thought she was.
My man got shot for no reason.
Regardless of the nice and pleasant feelings brought on by finally getting to play her, reads to me as a capitulation of sorts.
Oh my god, dude, shut
The
up.
sublime has been tossed aside
No, it hasn't. Stop.
instead of
Stop.
overcome.
Oh my
And
god.
in the end, we all know that beauty is just skin
I had
deep.
to get it out. I had to get it out.
Oh, and if you were wondering, Max is still not playing Baiken.
I hate this shit. Ask no strive, zero strive fucking bike ends. Zero. The thing I remember, the thing that made me specifically mad when this video came out is legit Frosty's like 2 months before this. I'm like, bro, like you legit could have asked me. You legit could have asked me too, and it probably would have fucked the theme of the video if they talked to me. You know? Great editing though. Great editing. Yes, these are the sub goals. What's good, MTK? What's going on, man? What's going on with you, boss? Would you say you tossed up aside a sublime? Clearly, I embrace the sublime because I fucking fight happy chaos and shit. We're fucking biking. I fucking lab. Oh my god. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Where are we? Yeah, we just crossed this. So you did toss this. I did admit, by the way, it's valid. Like that part of the video is valid because that's not the Milia is not the only time I switched off a character after an update. That happened after from MBAC to actually again PS2. I dropped Vyakiha. From Persona 4 Arena to Persona 4 Ultimax, I dropped Mitsuru. From BBCS to Blaze Blue Chrono Phantasma, I dropped Lychee. So it's not, you know, it's happened. It's happened. You know, I think that stuff is relatively, you know, I don't blame anybody who switches off a character because they don't feel like they vibe with how they change the character. You know, I mean, me switching off Milia in this game is less me not vibing with the character and more just me being like, it's fucking impossible to win. That's the real feeling. It wasn't like, oh, I don't fuck with her. I was just like, bro, this shit is impossible. Like, what the fuck? Vyakia was playstyle. Mitsuru. Honestly, I liked Ultimax Mitsuru. Okay. Lychee was, I hated the playstyle. Lychee was legit. I was like, I hate this. I hate what they're making me do. Where Mitsuru is, I liked the playstyle, but they added Margaret. And I'm like, oh, I could play my favorite Persona 4 character, Margaret. I love Margaret. I mean, speaking of Smash, dude, I went from fucking Melee Marth to DDD, bro. Like, all right, is he gonna? I wonder if this is gonna go down today. We're supposed to do. I'm gonna wait like 30 minutes for him. Because to be fair, he DM'd me 6 hours ago, and I didn't fucking because I don't check Twitter that much, especially Twitter DMs that much. Yeah, I got another DM 6 hours ago too from someone else that I have to respond to. Yeah, Brawl DDD. Where are we? Yeah, so what that is it's based off what you see, you know? So next week I gotta do old fighting. I gotta set aside like 3 hours to watch the tournament. I also want to do the make a tier list of old games from memory also next week, and then shot also next week. So I didn't buy the 99 bananas yet. I think there's something else I didn't do yet. Actually, there's a bunch of shit I have to do. Wait, hold. You went, yeah. I followed you. That's why I played DDD also. Oh, we gotta make a Fire Emblem Lord tier list. Okay, if Lotus doesn't show up, I'll do. Well, one, it's my fault. I said it like it's his fault. It's not his fault. It's my fault. But if he doesn't hop on in like 30, we can do that. We can do that now. An updated Fire Emblem Lord tier list before Fortune's Weave comes out. We can do that now. Easy. You think we'll get to the movie watch party? It would be sick. I don't know a lot, and I think we have to do it in Discord, not on like stream. Because I stream on YouTube and Twitch, both. And obviously Twitch, we could just like hide that shit, but on YouTube they'll like shoot me. I guess if I streamed like unlisted by default with ads off, I could fucking do it, or only stream on Twitch. Yeah, I would not be able to multi-stream the bad fighting game movie, unless they have bad fighting game movies on YouTube to purchase, and then that's an answer too. That I'll do some research. I low-key have 700 locked in, by the way, because of an announcement. Smiley face, but I can't. What Lord tier list are we talking about? Viability? No, how I like. What I like. You played more than half the games on hard mode? My goat, bro. I would like to. I shouldn't say I am. I would like to stream the new Fire Emblem. I streamed Engage. I was the #1 Engage streamer. Smiley face. I think I cheat because my name is Lord Knight. So when a Fire Emblem game comes out, Fire Emblem people are like, yo, someone named Lord Knight is streaming. What the fuck? I hope Fortune's Weave start. I did Engage hard, I think, on stream. I think. I could probably try Fortune's Weave Madden and just YOLO it. They really screwed us over. The third FF movie got bought by Crunchyroll, and now it's only on YouTube. Maddening Three Houses is very fun. Yeah, I funny enough, I didn't finish it I didn't finish Golden Deer, Maddening on stream. I played Maddening first playthrough on Engage. It's not very fun on the bit. I usually like doing in the past. I used to do normal and then hard. Now I feel like it's pretty chill to just do hard because there's always Maddening now. So I feel like hard is a little bit easier than it used to be in like the GBA games and shit. So I'm like, I should start with hard and then like play Maddening after. Usually, so I could have a assessment of what the game is, because in the past, Fire Emblem on normal mode would give you a decent idea of what the game is, but the current Fire Emblem normal mode, you're literally not playing the game, low key. You are, but you're not. And then they also give you like experience is not limited and shit. So like, I don't know. I just think like normal mode is not a good way to gauge what the game is. Have you made an FE? We can do both. I've definitely made an FE game too. We can do both. Oh, I turned off the wrong thing. All right, let's do that. I will see, because again, I'm supposed to talk to Lotus about Tolkon. But I didn't see his DM. Oops. And he DM'd me a while ago, so he might be like, this motherfucker is not here. Okay, so let's bring up. Anyway, the video is like fine, but also like not fine. Oh, where's this Nightbot command come from? Yo, JRPGs, you gotta use it's this. I'm not doing Kichi on Metafy anymore. I'm doing it here. There you go. Okay, hold on. Let's get some BGM. Speaking of Fire Emblem, I got you, boss. I'm also working on something called the. Oh fuck, it's loud. Yeah, there you go. Okay, let's do games first. We can do both. Like 20 Fire Emblem games tier maker. Whoever has this template, this is a goated template. What's the name of that channel is Rubbish. Like I said at the beginning of the video, by the way, Rubbish's videos are like kind of controversial in fighting games. And again, I did meme one of these videos really hard because I was like, yo, shut up. It's not the first time I've said yo, shut up. I do think the biking video is really well edited. Lots of interesting stuff in there from a gameplay and also like voice actor perspective. But I don't know. I just feel like just no on Strive. You took zero. Legit, you put all this effort just to put 0 into Strive. So you know, like, well, like, nah, bruh. I keep thinking of like mean things to say, and I'm like, I don't want to say it like that. Okay, we got to do the usual. God's gift. Amazing games. Good games. May have a trash story. Maybe good story, but easy or something. Let's start here. I think it's a good place to start. I might not I think I gotta say this for amazing games though, because I mean, okay, we start from the top. This is the fucking easiest. This is God's gift to mankind. There is no Lord Knight without this game. This is the reason why I have the name that I have. I played this game, and this game was fucking... I played this game when I was 14. Anyone who's played Seisen no Keifu, can you imagine playing this game at age fucking 14? I played this at age 14. It's insane game to play when you're 14 years old. Okay? This game is the GOAT. Let me explain to you why this game is the fucking GOAT. Why is this game the GOAT? One, the maps. Okay? People are like, the maps are huge. They are huge. They are definitely huge. But one of the really genius things that they did is that it's like maps, but not maps, because it's like the actual continent. So like everything is actually connected. You can put all the maps together and you will see the whole continent. Story is great. I will be the first to admit that if they only made the game the second half, it would be a very average game. It would be like an interesting game, but like a kind of average game. The fact that the backstory, they basically put the backstory of the game as playable, and how much shit happens, it's just really good. It's just really good. The first half of this game carries the game, and it carries this story because it's connected to another game, an amazing game. Where the fuck is it? There you go. This is an amazing game. The story is just peak. I don't give a fuck. The story's peak. I think the system's pretty good. It's kind of broken. You know how like we talk about like old games being like broken but fun? This game is that too. I don't know. It's just peak. If you want to be like, well, you're a teenager, so you thought it's the best. Well, yes. So fuck you. I don't give a fuck, bro. It's very broken, very fun. Very broken, very fun. Great characters. Great world building. Great maps. I don't give a fuck what people say about the maps. Great maps. I don't know. This game is not... definitely has its problems, but it is peak. It is peak. And they have not matched this game's story, in my opinion. Meanwhile, this is a great game. This is an amazing game. I've been all over the place with this game. This game is very, very, very fun. Some of you might know my invitational, my Summit style invitational for Guilty Gear. Shoutouts to the fellas at maingame.gg over at Smash Factor, right? The GG Summit was based off Fire Emblem Thracia 776. For those of you who did not know, it was based off this. This is a great game. Amazing map. Difficult though. It's a legitimately hard game. If you want to watch a funny stream VOD, watch Daigo play Thracia 776. This is something that exists on the internet. You can watch Daigo Umehara of Evo Moment 37 fame play Fire Emblem Thracia 776. It's low-key a meme game, but it's also a really great game. It's a really, really good game. It's a hard game. It really helps this game too. It really helps this game too. It really, like, these two, the idea of jug roll is just so peak, bro. It's just so peak. It's just so peak. And low-key, I really hated Leaf until I played this game again, because the first time I beat it was before the translation was done. And I really grew to love Leaf. He's kind of like corny, but that's my corn dog, bro. This fella went through it. It's a great game. Great game, great maps. Again, really fucking difficult, and you feel like you feel very accomplished when you finish. Just like the OG hardest Fire Emblem game is this game. That is so random. It is, and true. What Fire Emblem game is taught? Is Fire Emblem Seisei no Keifu. It's a genealogy of the Holy War. My favorite game. My favorite game in my life, by the way. This is my favorite game. Video game, period. What else goes in amazing games? We have to put Fire Emblem Conquest. This may have a trash story. I will say from a story perspective, there is multiple tier. If it's we're talking stories, like it's like fucking here, but the game is very good, very fun, lots of interesting ideas, and quite challenging. Quite challenging, even on easier difficulties. This is quite a challenging game. My main sadness about this game is that this could have been the best Fire Emblem game of all time. This really had the potential to be this, but unfortunately the story is garbage. And the worst part is that the promotion of this game made it look like the GOAT game. It made it look like the GOAT game of all time, and it's just really not. Then we also gotta put, we gotta put the OG. This is such a clean Fire Emblem experience. This is such a nice Fire Emblem experience. It's a good game. It's fun. There's a shit ton of maps. Lots of random secrets in this game, by the way. This game has like a... this game has like a side map that you can get a side map of the side map, like 18xx shit. Like, there's a lot of random secrets in this game that's like pretty cool. Lots of game to play. There's 3 routes, great music. This is very clean, classic Fire Emblem. And I think they did a really good job. This is the first English Fire Emblem, the first Fire Emblem that came out in the US. I think they made a really good job of like making an introductory Fire Emblem. It's still a good introductory Fire Emblem game. I low-key never got into... It's just clean. It's like, there's no way to describe this besides it's just a fucking clean-ass game. Like, the story's fine. The characters are great. The characters look great. Great music. The maps are all fun. Like, you know, it's just clean. There's no other way to put it. It's like clean. It's just clean. A clean game. What else? We gotta talk about the GOAT. We gotta talk about this guy. Great story. Amazing story. For some people, this might be kind of a plain Fire Emblem game. One, also, I think it's better than Fire Emblem. Blazing Sword. But I kind of like the lower fantasy Fire Emblem games generally more. I also think I kind of went through it too. This one is more of a plot game for me. I think it's a pretty fun game too. There's some fun mechanics in this game too. And they brought back a lot of stuff that I liked from some of these games too. That I liked. It's a really fun game, and now you can actually get it. That's the other thing. You can actually get it and then try yourself, because you couldn't get it for a long time. Is that all that I would put here? Oh, duh. We gotta talk about fucking Colgate. This is like a conquest level game. Also, by the way, it goes here. It's like a if you can't tell, I really like the gaming Fire Emblem games. I'm a huge, even though my #1 game is not a gaming game, I'm a huge fan of the gaming games, and I will forgive a trash plot. I can forgive a trash plot if the game is fun. this game is legitimately very fun, and also it fixed like almost every issue I had with Fire Emblem Three Houses is fixed in Engage. Also, it's like a JoJo's Fire Emblem game. Like, what's not sick about that, bro? Also, amazing music, by the way, too. Amazing music, very fun maps. I mean, low key, on the low. Because this game has good maps, but there's some meme shit. There's no, like, I mean, this might be a crow or recency bias, but the maps in this game are just so peak, bro. They're so peak. They're so peak. Engage is good as fuck. If you haven't played Engage and you like Fire Emblem, you should legitimately play the game. You should legitimately play the game. You will actually like the game. It is a very, very fun game to play. Really, really fun mechanics. The ring mechanic is legitimately great and fun. And one of my favorite things in Fire Emblem, this is a thing that this game does too, is when the enemy gets to do broken shit too. So like, okay, this game is a difficult game, right? But this game is like, oh, the enemies are bullshit, you know? It's not like, and this game like, oh, the enemies are bullshit. We're like, when in these two games, in the plot, there's something really broken and everyone can get it. So like in this game, the enemy has the broken thing too. It's not just you. And in this game, the enemy thing gets the broken thing too. I always like that. I'm a big fan of that. I think that's probably all the amazing. Probably. Okay. Okay, let's go to good games. Okay, we're gonna start with Awakening. Good game, very, very broken. Actually, too broken. That's the main reason this is here. It's just broken as fuck. If you played it, you know what I mean. Insanely broken game, very fun game. But I can't say, like, all the games here either have, like, amazing plot or amazing game. And this game has, like, mid-plot, and then it's broken as fuck. You know? So, yeah. But it's a good game. It's a good game. It's a great introductory Fire Emblem, especially because you can grind in this game. So, the experience is not limited. I also would put this game here. This is actually a pretty good game. If this game was harder, it would be here, actually. Because I think the story is actually pretty good, even though the summary of the plot, low-key, is kind of memes. The story's pretty good and does a lot of interesting stuff. But the game's just too easy. That's the only problem. If it was just harder, it would be here. Hard mode is a joke. And the experience is too free. But all the other stuff is good. Looks great. Great animations. Great new mechanics. Love the characters. The maps are fun. Kind of meme plot, like I said. Low-key. But good. Not saying it's bad. It's just lightly memey if you, like, step back. But my main thing is that it's just too easy. I mean, yeah, it's just too easy. Like, if you played this on hard mode and beat it hard mode in your first try, and you're like, oh, I'm the shit, and then you went and played this, you would fucking freak out. You know what I mean? Like, Seth solos this game. Ephraim also solos this game. What else do we put here? We gotta put fucking FE6. I personally am not a big fan of this game. I really don't like Roy. Part of it is because I played Roy in Melee also. But it is not a bad game. I would be memeing if I said this is a bad game. It is a good game. It has a interesting hard mode. It's just nowhere near as clean as this game. Low-key, the plot is also, you know, it's connected to FE7, so it helps tie. These two games are like tied together. You'll like see stuff. If you play FE7 first and then play this, you'll find it some stuff like pretty interesting. A thing about this game that I didn't mention is your opinion on enemy reinforcements, because this is an enemy reinforcements and they move right away game. And a lot of, you know, this is the first GBA game too on top of that, so a lot of the maps are kind of bland. This is the last GBA game, so they had plenty of time to learn how to make maps and do stuff. I'll probably put Radiant on here too. This is a good game. The maps are pretty fun. I just found it was kind of all over the place, if that makes sense. There's some really cool shit in this game, but like the beginning kind of doesn't have to happen. I'm probably hating a little bit, and then the end also kind of doesn't have to happen, low key. But it's a good game. It's a good game. It's a good game. Like Radiant, Path of Radiance is way tighter of a package than Radiant Dawn, I think. But it's a fun game. They cleaned up some stuff I didn't like about Path of Radiance too. So interesting ideas. They tried. Oh fuck! I would put fucking Three Houses here. Three Houses is an amazing game. The story carries Three Houses, by the way, and I would put it like here. I probably here. The story really saves this game because from a play perspective, this game has a bunch of problems. One is the big one is you can't skip the beginning section. So what I mean is, like, every time you do a different story, you have to do the beginning. It's fine, and you could do it like kind of quick, but some people don't like that. There's a shit ton of reused maps. I think that's a personal pain point for me, that they reuse maps a lot. Some broken strategies too that are really good, but they were trying a lot of new stuff. And again, I think the story really carries. It is legitimately a really, really good Fire Emblem story. Like this story blows this out the water, but the maps and shit just smoke Three Houses. Move Awakening up, I cannot do that. Sorry, boss, I cannot do that. There's no way I can do that with a good conscience. I guess last good is Echoes. Echoes pretty good. Echoes is probably honestly here. Echoes is a good ass game. Honestly, Echoes is a good ass game. Echoes is a good ass game. Very clean. Somehow they managed to like remake FE2 and it's not memes. It's still old maps, so you're like, but it's not terrible though. You know what I mean? It's like fine that they did it. And besides that, the game's beautiful, good music, pretty fun. I don't think there's like any central. Maybe I didn't play it enough, but I didn't feel like there was centralizing strategies. When I say centralizing strategies, I'm talking about like pair up or a fucking Wyvern Lords and like, you know, like shit like that. Seth. All right, what do we put? Okay, next here is old. Old, lightly derogatory. There you go, lightly derogatory. FE1. Oh, this is FE2, FE1 both go here. FE1. Watch a YouTube video about this game. That's all I have to say. FE2. If someone made a YouTube video about this game, also watch it. OG FE2 is just like kind of busted. OG FE1 Marth solos. These are not these are the original. So we need these games. Oh, I think I should say old. Okay. Wait, old. And this is going to be old minus. We need old plus and old minus. Old minus. Old plus. Because old plus. Old plus. Where is it? Wait, they don't have. Oh, yeah, here it is. I actually like this game. This is a good game. Actually, this. There you go. That's the truth. It's basically a good game, but it's just old. Like if you ever have the chance to play this, just understand it's not this. You're not playing this. You're not even playing this. This also is the reason why all the other Fire Emblem games are the way they are. This is when modern, how we think of Fire Emblem starts, is actually here. This is the game before that. Yeah, these are like, oh, that's a good way of putting it, actually. Yeah, that's a really good way of putting it. Probably the nicest way to put this. We have to add another tier. Add a row above. That. And then let's get the never played out the way. Oh, we also need a not Fire Emblem low key. There you go. Basically it. Heroes is the best. What? Nah, none of that. No. 11 and 12 are fun. They made me like, yeah, people, I have been told repeatedly to play these two games. I have been told repeatedly to play these. I would like to at some point, truly, and I'm not trolling, truly. And the main reason I skipped these when they actually came out was I was like, oh, I already played the Marth game, so like, why would I play them again? You know. Specifically, I believe it's 12 that people really try to get me to play. It's 12. I played 3 houses halfway and never finished, but now I'm racing to complete my restart before the new one drops. When you say halfway, do you mean like you only played one route halfway, or you beat like 2 out of the 4? Just sent this to my Balnor cousin. He said he stands for Thracia. You can trust. You know, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Okay, let's screenshot this so we can post it on Twitter. By the way, it's the annual list update. Fortune's Weave soon, right? So we have to do our annual tradition of. I don't think. Let me see if I can find my last one. Maybe I have to put like Lord Knight BB. Okay, this is from. Oh no, this is Lords. Yo. Okay, this is Lords. Hold on, I'll show you. Has my opinion changed? Let's find out. My opinion might not have changed. Goat, Sigurd, Leaf, Ike, Lynn, Hector, Claude, Marth, yep. Almond homies, Elephant homies, Ephraim and homies. This is alternate art. Who is this? This is alternate art. Like heroes art. Roy, yup. Xander, yup. Dimitri, yup. Waifu's real, yup. Good effort. People probably got mad about this. Oh yeah, it's Crom. Dude, it's the fucking white cape that fucks me up. Generic pro tag vibes politely. Yes. Has to be babysat. Yes. Absolutely. Basically, nothing changed. I still feel exactly the same. Yeah, I would make the exact same list. I would make the exact same list. I'll spare this person. There's someone in FGC who really loves Celica, and it's his favorite farm character. And I flamed the fuck out of him. I was like, that's terrible, actually. Okay, Lotus is here. Okay, so the good news is my opinion has not changed at all. This is the same. This is the exact same. I actually have no. No, I never played DS games. I said it too. I never played the DS games because when they came out, I was like, these are just the Marth games again, so I'm not gonna fucking play them again. Crom and nah. I mean, homies is a big. This is like a big compliment. Hector low-key. No, Hector is the realest motherfucker, bro. He's a real dude. He's a real dude. He's been through it. He's been through it. He has been through it. He has been through it. All respect to Hector. Heroes got worse over time. Have you seen those skills? Well, I've never played, so. You gotta post your list, big dog. Eric needs to be. Dude. I still call her Eric to this day. But I mean, these are waifus. Colgate could. Yeah, they're here. Generic Protect. Generic Protect, which is where they belong. Low key, I would move Lucina up maybe to good effort. If someone really aggressively was like, you should move Edelgard to actually dumb, I would consider it too. But I can't. If you play multiple routes of 3 houses, you go, I understand. Low key, I understand a little bit. I think it doesn't always work out the right way, but where's Crom? This is Crom. This is Crom. Edelgard low-key goated as a character, so I understand exactly what you mean. Yeah. Okay, Lotus 9. You guys want me to stream the Tokan combo with Lotus? I can. We do like Ike. We do like Ike. I mean, and nothing else needs to be said about Sigurd, bro. I'm a Sigurd simp. I'm gonna be for real, bro. I'm a Sigurd simp. Oh, it's because you play Tokan on PC, bro. Lucina and generic is perfect. I mean, but this is like true. But that's why I'm like, you can move Lucina. You can move. I can move Lucina. 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 I think calling her generic pro tag is a bit of an insult. Currently. I think if you, I mean, I don't think you can play the future DLC with Lucina and still think of her as a generic pro tag. Micaiah is the definition of industry plant character. This character is an industry plant. I remember playing this part and I'm like, what am I fucking doing? like truly, like, what the fuck is happening right now? This guy is an industry plant. But she doesn't get like DLC to save her the way this character did, to be fair. So yeah, what's funny is this list is basically the same. Like I haven't really changed how I felt much. Who.mp4 is hilarious for this. Who.mp4 is hilarious. So this I kind of want to see. Probably Micaiah is in Radiant Dawn this game. By the way, this game is hard, by the way. This is not an easy game. This is a pretty hard game. Who are you running first on Fortune's Weave? The first thing I'm running is running to find a Switch 2. That's what I'm thinking about right now. I'm like, bro, I gotta fucking lock in this Switch 2 before the game came out, bro. Orange should be. I mean, you're allowed to do that too. My unit is derogatory, by the way. My unit is derogatory. What is Fire Emblem? It is a strategy RPG system on Nintendo consoles. It's pretty old, and I got into it pretty early. I got into it before I played Melee. I got into it. But I'm saying before I played Melee tournaments, I got into Fire Emblem. It's been around since 1990. Robin is not that bad. No comment. No comment. No comment. No comment, bro. No comment. No comment. You got that. You got that, boy. Alright, let me turn on the fucking AC. Because I am sweating and it's nighttime. And then we will talk to Lotus about Tokon. I'm gonna tell Sailor asked me about Chronicles. I'm gonna be like, yo, I'm sorry, I watched a fucking hour-long video on Chronicles. You gotta, you gotta hop on that, my king. Bravo Tokon. Okay, I'll be right back. Give me like a. I'll get some water too, actually. Yeah, let me get some water too. While I'm at it. Fucking relief. Ugh. Some fucking relief, bruh. Alright, Tokon next week. I gotta fucking see if my capture card works. I got a capture card from a sick company from Genki. But I haven't tried to use it, and I almost definitely have to use it for Tokon because I don't want to play this game on PC. Truth be told, I do not want to play this game on PC. This shit, it's summer. My PC was fucking screaming this whole time. Can I boot Guilty? I'm just only like 10 minutes. We don't have that long, right? PS5 got a nuke. Oh my god, oh, what do I do? Do I only use the... Fuck. You should go Slippy with M2K? You gotta lock in on tournaments, bro. You shouldn't be playing scrubs like me, man. That's the final goal. 2K is actually Slippy with M2K. Nah, wait. Well, the 2K is actually M2K hops on Guilty Gear. we got you on GG. Yeah, I guess I will boot. It's only a few minutes while we wait for him. He said 9, so it's not that much longer. I'm just not gonna go in the ranked. Did you play any good Ironmans? No, but there's somebody in the New York group who plays Iron Man. There's a couple of people who played Iron Man in the New York group. I am gonna be trying. The main thing I can tell you is Magic will be on my team, guaranteed. The more I think about Magic, the more I think she's really broken. I also think Storm. I have a good opinion of Storm. As I keep rewatching my footage, the only thing is like I didn't really see any Storms that were as good as mine, which I was like sad about. I was hoping someone was like better. What I mostly saw that was better is people using the tag system better. So like when I watched Leffen play, for example, I thought Leffen used the tags very well. And then Noon, as a product of watching Leffen, also used the tags very well. I thought Aaron used the tag system very well. But they all were not playing Storm. The allegations already... I mean, let them come. She might be the best character. Yeah, she just might... I don't know what to say. Like, she might just be the best character. I don't fucking know. Especially... Oh, also SQ posted some good tag system stuff, too. The thing I can specifically say is I thought I played Storm well. Like, specifically. But especially by the end. When I watch myself play Storm, I'm like, dude, what the fuck? Imagine if I was, like, good with this character. This character is ridiculous. You know? A crumb of anti-meta with Storm, you know? You know, she has, like, anti-projectile, but she gets in on you. Speaking of, is Bike... Do you like Bike? And there she is. She's right there. Unless there's a day one patch that's closer to the beta, a lot of stuff is different in a retail ATM. How do you know that? How do you know that? What are we talking about? Oh, cool game. A little saucy. I pondered my order. No one with a brain has a copy from what I've seen, so we can't pain. Well, you know, I can wait. It's 1 week. Even if I was to get the game early somehow, I wouldn't be able to, like, fucking tell anybody, so who gives a fuck. Ignore the call of the void. Don't go in the ranks. Don't go in the rank. Don't go in the ranks. Don't go in the rank. Okay, don't go in the rank. I'll be up at 3 a.m. I will not lie to you. I'm unsure what the day one is gonna be for me. I'm unsure. Part of me says I should be live immediately, and not do the content fight. I think. And the more I think about it, the more I think that's what I should do. I should be live for the like the actual like launch. I should be live for that. So it's like sleep during the day on Wednesday, so I could be up on Thursday. And just like stream into the morning and just let like everyone else fight during the day. I'll probably make up my mind by Sunday. I want to think of another, like, dude, Leo really helps all characters, man. Like, the more I'm like, man, I can't swing into this dude, I'm like, oh, well, I could do this. I could, this is what I do originally, but, like, Kai, like, they jump too much, I think. I had this problem against Soul, too. It's like, they jump too much for you to actually use this. Like, you can go under... Oh, I got lucky, lol. I promise you he does go under this. A plus? Okay. I had the image that this smokes Estus, actually. But I guess not. I suck, lol. Okay. But of course this, you know. This is like, this is doomed if this happens to you. But it's kind of weird, right? Like, this is disjoint, this is disjoint, this is disjoint. LOL. My plan is to take a nap before launch. Default sleep schedule. Pull up, pull up, pull up, big homie. I'm almost definitely. I'm pretty sure I might not stream on Wednesday at all, so I can adjust my sleep so I can like stream from launch until like 9 a.m. or so, take a nap, be tired, and then reset my normal sleep schedule and then go into Friday. The other thing I'd want to do would be to have like a stream group, but like there's not enough. Like I don't have like the same squad that I used to. You know, I'm gonna tell Nitro to try to be up at like 11 a.m. or like 10 a.m. so I can just raid him and he can hold strong. Oh fuck! I wanted to pick back in. Bike end. We don't actually know if this is actually bike end. My bad. We don't know if this is bike end. God, bro, what did they do, bro? Why did you know this, bro? Both came out with a combo here, but I forgot what it was. Have you seen any of the leaked footage? I will neither confirm nor deny. I can't believe this don't give you. Oh, this is me. You do this? This will suck. I feel like there's I'm not gonna lie, I kind of hate this. I kind of hate this route. I kind of hate this route too. It'd be nice if there was like a. I'm keep checking to see if I have a Discord notification. That's why I keep looking at my. Oh my! You can't get that there. Come on. This idea probably works too. I am a fan of this. It's just annoyingly hard to do this route. Might not be so bad to get mixed. This Jay, usually no. I'm basing it off of when usually the best confirmed normal hit here is to actually do this, you know, and H comedy is a good starter. But as we know, Tatame is not good enough, so. If you do this here, you just maybe something. Oh, you're too far. And the other challenge is not giving up enough, like, too much damage. On top of that, yeah, I was only thinking about it because, Bo sent me something, but I didn't actually try it. Okay, let's get some. He's recording it, so he probably won't. Yes, you get to listen to this again. Hold that. Okay, I'm gonna load it. So we're talking about Tokyo. I don't know where he's coming out of, though. Yo, yo, yo. Oh.
Oh, check. Yo,
Oh, there we go. What's good?
good, homie.
What's going on, bro?
Working.
Hell yeah.
Just trying to stay on this grind. You feel me?
I did mention I am streaming, by the way. Just
Yeah. That's all good.
Yeah. But yeah, bonus late night. Okay.
I'll say it's rare for you to be on at these hours, ain't it?
Yeah.
Just feeling the vibes today.
No, I went to the gym in the AM, so I don't have to like run out like I normally do.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I've been slacking on the gym. I ain't gonna lie.
Could not be me. I'm sorry. I would go crazy. I would lose my mind. I play Guilty Gear, dude. I need something to hit.
I feel you. I had a good thing going. I had a good thing going for a while, and I dropped a bunch of weight last year.
Oh shit.
But I got some health things I've been neglecting that's kept me out of the gym.
Oh, pain.
But, black men don't like going to the doctor, so.
Pain. I understand. Yeah, we were just talking about Tokon a little bit too, if that was the topic for today.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I just there are several people I've been wanting to talk to about this game, and obviously you are very high on that list of people.
Oh.
And can't think of too many minds greater than yours in the FGC that I'd rather speak with.
That is very touching. Actually, sometimes I feel like people think I'm talking crazy sometimes, but I do think what I say. I'm not talking about
Bro,
this.
like I've been talking about you a bit recently because obviously you've been a topic of conversation. I cannot wrap my mind around how, frankly, anyone like views you in a negative way. Like I
think it's pretty easy, to be honest. I talk a lot of shit, dude. I talk mad shit, bro.
You think you do, but I don't think you do. Or at least, and maybe it's because I'm comparing you to me. But like,
but I don't think you talk that much shit.
Well, that's
honestly.
funny because I think I talk a lot of shit. I think I
talk crazy about some shit, dude. I talk crazy about some character and stuff, so I get it. I'm never like, I don't get why people get mad at me. No way. I understand. I think
you're honest is what it is more than anything. And the things that you say with conviction, sure, but also like for a reason. Like a lot of niggas these days, they just be rage bait. When you say some shit, you mean it, and it's for a reason. Like you have like research, evidence, like experience to explain why you think or feel the way you do about some shit.
The uncomfortable truth, the inconvenient truths.
The other thing as well is that like I feel like sometimes like I'll see niggas talking shit about you and I'm just out the game. I'm just like, bro, LK is like one of the nicest guys I know, like on God, and also one of the smartest guys I know, and they'll be hating on you for some shit that's like not bro. Okay, I'm gonna just keep it a buck. This reputation you have as being like one of the biggest down players ever.
Oh, that's a joke. That's a joke. I bet in Tokon it's gonna be. I'm gonna go back to tier 4 LK. I'm pretty sure.
Like, but like, so this is the thing though. It's one of those things that's a meme, but like because it's a meme, there are niggas who actually think and feel that way, and so they've like bought into the meme either just off of a bandwagon or they've allowed the joke to actually corrupt how they view you. And it's like the craziest shit ever to me because I'm like, bro, this nigga LK is one of the biggest up players I have ever seen in my life. Like I had to listen to this nigga tell me how good he thought Trunks was in Dragon Ball FighterZ for 2 years, knowing damn well that character sucked, and you were nice.
No,
and I
he
think
was
the team
good
that
in 2. He was good in 2. Legitimately, he was legitimately good in 2. He was good in 2. Yes or yes? He was good in 2.
he was solid. I don't
He was good.
think
He was good. He was good. He was good in
I
2.
don't-
In 1,
I don't-
fine, you got it. He's not that good. In 2, he's good. I don't give a fuck. In 2, he's good. I can hit
Okay,
Goichi with a mix-up. He's good, bro.
Okay.
He's good.
He
He's
was
good.
good.
Okay.
He was good.
He was
But
good.
I think you thought at the time he was a lot better than he was. I
No, I just
understand
thought
the
he was
value
good.
of
I was
like
I
he
can play
had
my
real.
boy.
I was no, he was good enough to be played. Okay, sure.
Yes,
Because
yes,
like I
yes.
understand the value of like, oh, I can play this character and actually open up Goichi. But it's like other niggas could also do that way easier than he could.
No, but the best part is that because it was easier with other characters, people didn't know what the fuck I was. It was so, dude. He was unblockable for like a year and a half. It was so fire. It's so fire just doing a block string. I'm like, wow, I'm about to just hit this guy. I know
This
he's
nigga
gonna
about to
get
get
hit.
that dome piece cracked. Time to
I
guess,
know
buddy.
he's gonna get hit. It's so sick. It's so it's when you have an unblockable in a fighting game, dude. It's so peak. It's so peak. Oh my god, he's so peak, bro. Oh my god, I miss him. I miss him.
Check,
I
check,
miss
Mike,
him.
check. I ain't gonna lie. I've been obviously I played a ton of Tokon over the past weekend, and then I've like that's all I've been doing since the beta ended is like thinking about the game, writing notes about the game, making videos talking about the game. And as hyped and as excited as I am, I had a moment last night where I was working on a video and I just kind of like stopped for a second because I was bringing up DBFZ like in my discussion, and I even like opened up the game to like get a clip real quick just to do a couple
Feel
things
something.
in training mode. Well, so that's the thing is like I opened it up to get a clip I wanted for the video in training mode, but then I was like, let me move around a little bit. Let me start hitting some buttons here, and I was like, damn, dude, that should make me mad depressed. I was like, I miss this game so much, but it's just not. It's not the actual game that it once was. You know what I mean? So
I feel that.
anyway, check, Mike, check. Can you guys say something for me?
Testing. 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me? Do I have to be closer to the mic, maybe?
No,
Talk
that's fine.
louder?
I was just
Perfect.
checking levels in OBS. Yeah, we're good.
Yes.
All right, I'm ready to hit this record button. You ready to roll?
Yes, sir.
And let's get it. What's good, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to the channel. I'm Lotus Asakura, the one who never knows best. And in today's video, I'm here to talk to you guys about some more Marvel Tokon fighting. So as you can tell how excited I am for this game by the fact that I keep pumping out these discussion videos. We don't even have the game to be played right now. And all I want to do is talk about it. All I want to do is watch clips. All I want to do is think about this game. And I couldn't think of anyone else better than LK. Oh, wait, I don't want to introduce it like that. I got to, hold on. Take two.
The magic of editing.
You know what I'm saying? I'm running it back. I'm just taking it from the top. What's good, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to the channel. I'm Lotus Asakura, the one who never knows best. And in today's video, I want to talk to you guys some more about Marvel Tokon Fighting Souls. But I'm not alone. Today, I'm joined by a very special guest whom I've actually seen requested in the comments and in my Twitter replies, funnily enough. And look, I ain't gonna lie, I didn't have to request. I was gonna hit him up anyway, because this is, to me, one of the brightest minds in the entire FGC and one of the people that I was most excited to talk about with when it comes to this game. My dog, my brother, my mentor, actually, in some ways. The one, the only Arc System Works legend, Lord Knight.
Hello. How are you doing? Thanks for having me. Yeah.
Let me ask you real quick, how do you feel about that nickname these days? Because I don't know if you remember, right? But I think the first time you and I ever collaborated on a video and I brought you onto the channel, I introduced you as Arc System Works Lord Knight. And you told me the story about how like that's one of those things where like that name started off like not as praise, but actually more as like an insult. It's something that you kind of like reclaimed at this point. I also think the lore's kind of just been lost along the way. So how do you feel about that nickname these days?
I mean, I think basically as time goes on, it's like, I don't know, it's kind of valid though.
I mean, I view you as the Arc System Works legend.
Valid.
Like,
yeah.
because
So
like
people
you
say that, I
play,
just, like,
you play them
smile.
all.
Yeah.
But yeah, Lord Knight, as you guys may or may not know, may or may not remember, was one of the brightest minds in Dragon Ball FighterZ and somebody who taught me a lot about that game and fighting games in general, and someone I learned from a lot. And I think generally he has a lot of opinions and thoughts about things that I tend to appreciate. I think he's very articulate and very experienced in this field. So he's somebody who's, mind I kind of wanted to take a peek at when it comes to Marvel Tokon. So thank you for joining me here today.
Of course.
So first thing I want to do and just get straight into is, how did you feel about the game? Did you have fun with it? Did you like it? What were kind of your overall thoughts and your experience with the beta this past weekend?
So this is the second time I played it, right? So, with
Same.
an extended period, because there's like little chances to play it here. And it was at Combo Breaker, for example. It was at Evo. I played at Evo, but as far as like just having time with the game. This is my second extended period of the game, and the most time I've had with the game. Because the closed beta last year, I only played one day for like a few hours. Where I played all weekend, probably like I think I had like 25 hours in the beta this past weekend. The main word I use is like kind of intrigued and interesting, because there's a lot of like, essentially the game to me feels like this weird intersection of like very interesting characters but very like big guardrails as far as system mechanics, and you finding ways to play around the system mechanics in unique ways to create powerful situations. That's basically what the game looks like to me right now.
Would you say it kind of feels like you have to fight the game a little bit in order to get to like the real meat of it?
Not. It depends on how you look at rules in fighting games. But basically, the game has a lot of rules. So if you look at that negatively, you're gonna be like, oh, I feel like I'm fighting the game all the time. If you look at that positively, you're gonna be like, oh, I have to like think about ways of like, what does this mean and what does this mean for what
This is why I like talking to you, because I feel like so many people have had such a negative look on it and be like, oh, I have to fight the game, and that's why I use that phrase. But
I know what that means too. I understand that.
Yeah, no, for sure, right? But I think it's more so that like everything isn't immediately obvious about how to play this game at like an elite or advanced level, which I mean, the game's not out yet, y'all. Like, you know what I'm saying? Give it some time, put some work in, you know what I mean? But I think we live in such like an instant gratification era that people just kind of want to find the juice like out the gate. And like, you know, credit to fighting game players these days. They're much better, more skilled, smarter, faster, more efficient than ever before, like cracking the code, solving games, and like, you know, figuring out the grimy shit. But it's like, just because you didn't find that in the first 5 minutes or even in the first 72 hours of a beta doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. You know what I mean?
Yeah, 100%. There is so for example, you know, like the most well-known fighting game players, we call them fighting game players because they play a lot of different fighting games. I know it sounds very silly, but there are examples of people who they are, you know, they obviously play the genre a lot, but they're kind of known for like one thing. And some of these games are out for an extended period of time. So when they go to something new with like a different system, it can really catch them off guard. And different people just like look at these things different ways. So it just happens that like in my time playing, I've had to switch games a lot and play like a lot of new games. So when I start a new game, it's hard for me to be very negative about a brand new fighting game. It's really, really hard. It has happened, but only really... especially like the first sit down, too. There are times where like after a month, I'm like, this game is annoying or this game's ass or whatever. Like, truth be the only time I played a game and I was like, no, was BB Tech.
I knew it was coming, which is funny because I think this game has a lot of elements from BB Tag in it.
Yeah,
but...
there's BB Tagisms for sure in this game. There's definitely some BB Tagisms in this game. For sure.
I feel you, by the way. I think I'm the same way, where generally speaking, like when I play a new fighting game, I'm usually like in a honeymoon period with almost every new fighting game that comes out. So it's very seldom that a new game drops and I'm like, that's just not for me. I don't see myself ever playing this. The first one that comes to mind for me, it's not even that the game is that bad necessarily. I just like, it just straight up just wasn't for me, like in the most like humble way possible. And that was like KOF 15. When that game was coming out, I was like, I think SNK is just not for me. I think it's what it is. I think it's just not my style. It's just not my jam. But I think that's fine. But you know.
Yeah, that's a kind of uncommon one because people are like, that's a real fighting game right now. So. Well,
I guess I'm a baby. You know,
yeah,
I'm a DBFZ kid. So
yeah.
You know, like I can only play baby fighting games.
Yeah, no, I understand. Me too. I understand. I play all the baby fighting games apparently. So.
I mean, every game that's released since Third Strike, I guess, is a baby fighting game. So
I played them all, so it's fine. We're the same.
Yeah, you've been around for a minute. Let me ask you real quick. So you said you played that original beta, but you only played it, you said, for like one day, and obviously this is the most time you've been able to spend with the game since then, right? I actually only played that original beta and have not had access to any other builds, any other playtime at all up until this open beta. And in that first beta, I honestly did not like the game very much. I thought it was kind of boring. I thought it felt very clunky and it just wasn't really fun. I was really disappointed by it because I was like, you know, as anybody would, I was really excited for it. I was looking forward to it. I wanted to be hyped about it. I wanted to love it, right? And I didn't, and I played it a lot during that beta weekend, you know, hoping to to just fall in love with it or find whatever it was I was looking for. I really didn't. I didn't voice like a lot of my concerns immediately, like in video. I talked about it a bit on my stream, but then I started hearing similar thoughts that I was having being said by, you know, people like Jam or Maximilian or whatever. And then, you know, as more builds started to come out and changes started to be made, I heard people who shared my opinions, like those people, say like, hey, like they changed this, they changed that. The game feels a lot better, and that got me really excited. And now that I played the beta this weekend, I loved it significantly more and had way more fun with this build than the original beta. And I want to know like what your opinion is on this version compared to like the original one, if you can remember like your thoughts and feelings from then and some of the changes that they made since then up to now.
So I actually liked that beta. Actually, I thought it was fun. I did play Storm. That's the thing. I played Storm. I did not play Storm at Evo, and I did not like the game at Evo. I thought the game was really annoying at Evo. And then I played Storm in this weekend's beta, and I'm like, oh, I like the game. So it actually might be I just like Storm a lot. I think that she's a fun character, which she is a really, really fun character. But the only thing I can say for the open beta in particular is that I wasn't actually engaging in a lot of the systems, and especially the tag system is quite a bit different, apparently, compared to that version, for the better. There was like near unblockables and stuff characters could do and stuff in that version, and they put on some guardrails on that in this version, which I think is, I mean, obviously fine. You know, so that's the main thing. I didn't really interact with I mean, there's some mechanics that I didn't even use in the open beta, no, the closed beta, sorry. Not even counting like tag stuff. Like I wasn't using like the guard cancels and stuff like that, but like the assemble stuff and stuff like that. Where
yeah, I don't think I used that all either.
Yeah,
in the first beta.
Yeah. So I didn't really have like too much to say about it besides like I'm playing one character 3 assists and it was fun to play her. Like she's a fun character. I didn't have as much time as the others too, because I believe like there was like a TNS that weekend. Each closed beta had like a tournament associated with it too, like a TNS, and people like played the whole weekend. So that version is probably like, even though it's like the second most time I had with it, I didn't really have any like particular thoughts. I didn't make like a beta review like I normally do, too, because I was like I didn't play it enough. Where like this time I have like a very defined like, okay, this is kind of how I feel right now. Game's kind of interesting, might be my type of game to explore a little bit. Characters are really fun. I think that's the main thing. The characters are really fun.
I think the characters are probably the biggest selling point. I mean, obviously, right? It's the Marvel IP. It's gigantic, right? It's one of the biggest things on the planet. But I think the game is homogenous in a lot of ways that we kind of expect from a modern fighting game. And obviously, you look at certain systems like the assist, where you're forward assist, everyone's got the shooter assist, everyone's got a vertical assist, everyone's got an assault assist, right? And they're relatively the same. They do have their differences for sure.
I disagree. You know, I disagree.
You disagree with with what part?
Yeah. So this is actually this is the first video I'm making about Tokon. It's how to build a team, and like, I guess in like one sentence, it's like, so like for example, the shooting and vertical, you can kind of just be like, okay, they're all the same, and it's fine to like build your first thing. Your assault assist has a really big impact on how you play the game, and you can get it pretty quickly too. It's only like, you know, like a throw through the wall and like a wall spot or whatever, you get it. And like depending what you have in your assault slot, it really changes how you play situations. And I actually went through quite a few assaults.
I agree with that.
Assault ones, and then as you play more, because I think this is the thing you know a lot more. If you were like messing around with the tag system, you probably didn't think this a lot. But if you're doing like one character 3 assists first, like a lot of people were, like I ended up switching shooting and vertical quite a bit, because I kept being like, it'd be really nice if I had this, or it'd be really nice if I had this. And like, even though there's technically not, like, let's say vertical, right? Vertical's like, is it invincible? Is one question. Against jump-ins, my bad, not totally. Against jump-ins. Does it hit behind you or not? And how easy is it to combo? And then if it's a projectile, then it's like the angle of the projectile. Are like your main questions. And then like the sub question is, what's the air assist for the character? So I actually swapped around air assist quite a bit. Not air assist, vertical assist quite a bit. Like a lot. Even though like there's only like a couple of types of them because of like these small choices, because it just affects a lot of stuff. It affects like how you pick stuff in situations.
Right.
Even the shooting, like the shooting. So I did a thing of I was informed of like this style of combo where you don't have to use the Sembo gauge and like an air combo. So I was told to use Iron Man for this combo. But his shooting assist for Storm's combos is like, let's say, not good. It's really annoying to combo with his. So I ended up switching. I switched like shooting assist like a bunch of times. I ended up with like Doom. I think at the end, because he pops you up a little bit. There are like important small choices, and then that's not even considering like how I want to interact with the tag system too. So there ends up being like, you can kind of start. I said this was gonna be a sentence that I lied, but you kind of start of like the simple choice of like what character do I want to play and what assault, like what special ability do I want the team to have overall, and then you make like these refining choices as you play the game to like make the experience and what you want to do easier to do.
Yeah, that all makes sense to me. Because I also followed the method of I just played Wolverine for the weekend with 3 assists, and I did slightly tweak my team order as well, because I guess most of what I meant is that like the assists, obviously they each have an archetype, but they all do have slightly different utility, right? So Storm's vertical assist, for example, is one that I use the most. I believe it is air invul. It hits on both sides, which is what I value. So I feel like anytime an assist hits on both sides is usually pretty good. However, that assist is pretty difficult to hit confirm off of. I didn't find a lot of success with hit confirming off that when it hit compared to like using Shuri's vertical assist, right? And then I think like as far as shooter assist goes, Black Panthers is pretty good. It's spear, it's pseudo beam if you want to look at it that way. But then Storm's, correct me if I'm wrong, because I didn't actually use it. I was just told this. I never go around and trying it for myself, but I think Storm shooter assist beats other projectiles.
I need to check this too, because I had this question about Dr. Doom's shooting assist, because playing Storm, her tornado, okay, if it works like her actual projectile, then yes, it should be other projectiles, because her tornado beats projectiles. It just beats projectiles. So I would use it against Dr. Doom's shooting assist. I'm like, yo, why is my tornado losing? Like, I don't get it. So there's other properties I still haven't actually like looked at. Besides the main one I thought about was just combo ability. Essentially for shooting. Where vertical, I thought a lot more about it, because I ended up using projectile. I ended up using a Green Goblin a lot, because he's a projectile, but it's like a really sharp angle that I like to cover. I didn't want, there was no like so like for like the Storm DP, for example, you essentially have to tag to hit confirm it, which I don't think I'm gonna ever like. I think I'm probably never gonna use one that has to be that. Where like the projectiles are like super easy to confirm off of if you hit with them.
I just want to be able to jump and confirm, like, okay, air normal and continue from there.
Exactly.
And that's what I kept trying to do, and I might have done it like once or twice the whole weekend while using Storm vertical assist. So I might swap that around and change it out because Black Panthers, for example, is very easy to confirm off of. It has like a ton of hits done. Obviously the hitbox isn't the same, but I don't know. It's definitely something to play around with. I will say though, I feel you when it comes to assault assist, because I felt like they had the most variety or like uniqueness to them when it comes to each character. And the one I immediately gravitated towards was Blade. I feel like most people were playing Blade on points and everybody like immediately recognized it or saw it right away. But Blade assault assist felt like I was playing a Dragon Ball Fighter C assist in the best way possible. And that assist carried me through a lot of my games.
Yeah, I messed around with his. His was one of the more popular assault assists too. Any of like high block stun relative, because the block stun's kind of low in the game. People were using. I actually ended up using a Spider-Man at the end, kind of for similar reasons. Like it's just really easy to combo off of. It's like full screen, pulls you in, lots of time to combo, lots of block stun relatively. I think as time goes on, I wonder what people will end up using. You know me, right? So I did use Captain America for a bit in the assault slot.
Right.
Yes. And I was kind of a fan of it. I'm not gonna lie.
I'll bet you were.
Yeah, I was kind of a fan of it. I'm not gonna lie. Very fun to use assists. I also heard that Wolverine's assist has armor on it too, which I like.
I didn't realize that it had armor, but that makes sense because his assault assist is his back unique skill, which does have armor on it. It's like Bardock 236S, but with armor, where it's like plus on block if you charge it up, you get combo from it. I didn't even realize it had armor. The thing
Someone told
about
me.
that assist, yeah, the thing about that assist though is that it has like no range. It's not much of like a neutral assist, right? Because like he does like multiple slashes on contact, but if the first hit whiffs, he doesn't do the rest of the animation. So
maybe hopefully it
Yeah.
makes it before it comes out. Maybe. But that is a very important choice to make. Is like what do you put there? Some other popular ones I saw in that slot, Storm. People are using Storm because she like vacuums you in.
yeah, hers seemed really good as
hers is
well.
good.
I think Storm as a support character seemed really strong all around. All three of her assists seemed pretty good to me.
All of her assists seem good. The weak one I think is like the vertical low key because you have to tag into her. So if you're playing her for that assist and you have to tag into her, then you have to like play her, and she's not like a straightforward character. I think she's kind of straightforward, but
she's a bit more technical than some of the other characters.
yeah. It's definitely like odd, and I just have the buff of like she's like Rachel from BB, so it's like I know how to do the stuff that she does, you know? Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that kind of brings me back around to the point we were getting to prior to getting to the assist conversation, which I think the characters offer a lot of uniqueness to them. And I think that's kind of like one of the biggest draws to the game, because not only do you get to play as, I get to play as Spider-Man, or I get to play as Storm. Like they have these unique traits and characteristics and moves that allow you to actually feel like you're playing that character, and they feel different from one another. You have Storm with her wind mechanic and the tornadoes. You have Spider-Man zipping all over the screen with the web zip. You have Magic and her portals. Green Goblin's doing all this crazy shit on his glider. Like you actually have like variance between these characters, so it doesn't feel like overly homogenous, despite the fact that it is quote unquote baby game, as some people are trying to call it. You already know how that will go. I don't even feed into that, but there is definitely sauce, which everyone's been talking about, to be found, because these characters aren't all doing the same thing. Like, yeah, you have a universal way that you can combo. The assists, you know, generally speaking, follow similar archetypes, but there obviously is differences between them all. And, you know, the way you structure your combos and certainly how they look visually, and the slot in which you put some of these characters for an assist, you know, to start your team off with. Obviously it'll change throughout the course of a match when you're tagging and everything like that. But it all matters. Like it certainly all matters. And I'm really looking forward to seeing how people explore that and what they discover when this game officially drops, because I think it's going to be a lot deeper than people wanted to give it credit for at first. Why people are so insistent upon like assuming or declaring that a game is like really shallow or lacking in depth, or for whatever reason. Like, oh, this game has auto combos and really heavy crosser protection, so this game sucks. Baby game is like, and didn't we just go through this when Dragon Ball came out? Like, y'all have learned nothing. Like,
funny, some of these people are Dragon Ball players doing this, which to me is funny.
That's the part that blows my mind.
You know, these things happen. These things happen all the time. It's not like I don't have concerns about the game too.
Same.
'Cause I definitely do. It's a new game, so there's gonna be problems, I think. Lots of fighting games have like just oversights or stuff that they didn't consider, or stuff when the game comes out. So, you know, it is what it is. Mostly defensively, I think, is probably my biggest issue. Because I don't, the guard cancel.
Let's jump into that, because the crossover / guard cancel / alpha counter, whatever you want to call it, seemed pretty bad to me. So my thing with that is, and I think we spoke a little bit about this during my stream, you popped in the chat, where the advantage you get as the one who is attacking that then, you know, reacts to it is pretty cool, being able to disassemble your opponent's team. But I think the whole mechanic is just weird overall, because it seems like at a low level it may be strong, and maybe that's the reason why it's designed the way it is, so that like lower level players don't have to sit there and constantly deal with the pressure and the oppression of whatever opponent they're up against, right? It's probably going to be pretty useful like at that level when people just don't have the reactions. But you counter it by, you know, just hitting the same input back, and if you perfectly do it or perfectly time it, you get the disassemble and the perfect counter, right?
Yeah.
But it felt way too easy to do, to the point where like, even at like my intermediate kind of skill level of fighting games, and certainly once they get to your point, it seems like it's going to be completely useless, because like people are just going to be able to perfect counter that every single time. So it just made it feel kind of weak overall. And honestly, even sometimes as being the one who was attacking and then my opponent tried to use it and then I perfectly countered it, there were situations where, like, let's say if I was doing Wolverine's Rekka, you know, on block, and then that's when they did it, and then I perfectly counter it. Wolverine is still doing the Rekka after the counter, and then like I'm whiffing, and my opponent is waking up and recovering kind of quicker than I can finish whiffing and recover. And so they kind of get to attack before I do, which feels bad to me as well. So I don't know, I feel like it needs like a bit of a rework, but there's also part of me that thinks maybe they intentionally made it bad at like our level, and then it feels stronger when you're newer to fighting games or newer to the game. But what do you think overall about it? And what do you think about what I just said?
Yeah, I really am not sure. It's the main thing about it is that you can do it like at any time in Block Sun, so it means there's actually a lot of variability what's actually going on, because the character who's attacking, even if you reflect it, right? When you reflect it, you don't do it. Your sis does it for you. So you're still doing a certain thing. So like, I think a lot of people, like, we haven't actually like interacted with the mechanic the way that like you're quote unquote supposed to. But also at the same time, I feel like there's like a worry of like it's gonna be useless because it's not like, it's not hard to react to. I miss it. It's not hard to react to, but like if someone is gonna do like, okay, you have your point, you have like magic, sorry, you have magic on point, whatever, and you do like one button immediately into like the special move where she slashes you like 4 times, and then your fingers are gonna be just like lingering on the guard cancel, but to reflect their guard cancel, and you call your sis, and then you just do one button again and do the move again, and you tag instantly. I just feel like it's a lot of times where like the theory of what's good offense, it's easy to counter the alpha counter or whatever. But I also don't know if it's you just use it well, because you remember originally everyone thought the Dragon Ball guard cancel sucked. Even like the OG, even like the OG, like the first one, right? Because they buffed it a bunch to make it easier to use. But even like the first one was actually good. Like it was good. You just had to like use it in the right spot.
Right.
But I feel like in tag fighters, that's really not appreciated by like lower level players because of like just what's existed in the past. Like, you know, you could just push. You just push them, right? And it takes a pretty good player of like a Marvel vs. Capcom type fighter to like fight push block like the right way, you know? And it's something that you could just do, which feels good. Where like this, I think the intent is that it feels good, it's easy to do, you probably won't get countered like you said unless you play like someone who's really good. But in the scope of like what the competitive game could be, it might be like kind of weak. But I'm not like super sure. I also don't think there's a lot of if any meterless reversals, truly. But also meter's kind of free, so it's like maybe that's not a big deal.
Right. Yeah. I you said that you were missing it at times, but I would say that by the end of the 3rd day of the beta, I was reacting to it what felt like at least 60 to 70% of the time with like the perfect parry, you know what I mean? So I would imagine that players of your level are 90% of the time at least going to be perfectly countering that every single time. Like, and I leave even like a 5 to 10% room for error where it's just like, damn, I just really wasn't expecting to do it there. It just kind of caught me off guard, right? But I feel like it's going to be one of those things where like, you will have to be significantly more careful about where you place it if you do want to be effective. And then obviously these are just first impressions, right? Because otherwise it is something that like, if you're just throwing it out carelessly or you're just really desperate to get out of pressure, like the attacker is going to respond and perfect parry it, perfect counter. I forget the exact terminology for it, but they're going to perfect parry it like almost every single time. Because there was certain players that like I was fighting where it was like damn near every single time they did it. Like there were certain matchups, like just there's certain like levels of players I fought was like I countered it basically every time they did that shit once I figured out how it worked.
In my specific case, I will say there were spots where I never missed it. Like literally I would never miss it. Like, one of the most common ones is like again, my favorite move in the game, I tornadoed at them, and it's like really plus you can pretend it's her own beam assist that she runs behind, and like if they did it when I was running up, I never missed that because I'm not doing anything anyway. So I'm just running and blocking for a second to face before I press something. So if they do it on tornado, it's like the easiest reflect in the world, or like parry in the world. So I don't know if it's you have to use it in the right place, or is it it's cooked and it's like in like Tekken throws, how like if it's not a 50-50 throw, you just literally just break it 100%. You know, it could be like that. I hope it's not like that though. I don't think it should be like that.
I agree. So what are some of the other things that you kind of had like concerns about or thought were questionable or weren't the biggest fan of? There are obvious things like the input reader, obviously seems like it could use some work. It's a little bit, you know what I'm saying? Control schemes also a little bit funky, reminiscent of 2XKO in some capacity where it's like, damn, we gotta a lot of buttons you got to use for this game, but like it's manageable. Like it's not quite to the point where it's like this feels terrible, but it's like even throughout the course of the weekend, I started to kind of get used to it. But yeah, and then obviously there was like the PC performance issues, which I think they've already acknowledged and addressed and will probably be alleviated on launch. At least I hope so, right? So outside of like those things, which I think are major things, but what were some of the more like gameplay related aspects that you felt were either just straight up bad or questionable, or you weren't the biggest fan of, or you just are unsure how to feel about?
Definitely, I think that really annoyed me was the no additional block stun when you make people block in the air. That really pissed me off.
So you mean like, so when somebody blocks something in the air, like in Dragon Ball, and it's, I always use Dragon Ball as a reference because obviously that's the game I have the most experience with. It's also the game that you guys watching have the most experience with, right? But like they air block something, they are more negative, and that doesn't exist in this game. It felt like
no, it definitely doesn't. It annoys me for sure. At this point, I know why they did it, so it actually leads to like one of my actual like about the game, which is the relative inexpensive cost of calling assists. I think is kind of an issue.
It recovers so fast.
Yeah, you get it back really fast, and it doesn't use your assemble gauge, so you can like you really can just run around, especially if you're good at moving. You really can run around, hide behind assists, and like for example, the complaint about like low block stun, right? So if I have a shooting plus Spider-Man and they block the shooting, I'm like plus 70. That's without tag stuff. I'm just plus 70. So I just run up and I just make something. I didn't have something. I'm just like, well, I'm plus 70. I might as well just like, you know, fly. You know, I don't know.
Right.
Like, what do I do? You know, I have all this time and I spent nothing. And if they do block, I could do button, look at like where they are. My 2 assists are out, and I can tag. I could do something to tag. And Storm, her 5H, that's another thing. Her 5H is 3 hits. So you can hit 5H, fingers on the like parry in case they guard cancel. You just tag. And I'm like, well, you know.
The other
like,
thing too
about
the other thing too about it is that like assists are super spammable, for lack of a better word, right? Like they recover super quickly. You can just mash them like crazy in neutral, and they recover almost instantaneously. But also, funnily enough, despite the game not being like a super high block stun game, generally speaking, you have pseudo block stun damn near because you get locked out of calling your own assists after being in block stun. I don't know. And I don't know if you know the number, but like
I don't know what the number is, but that's a Dragon Ball rule too. That's a rule from Dragon Ball.
It feels a lot longer. It feels a lot longer in this game than it does in Dragon Ball, where like there was a point where I was fighting like an Iron Man player, and better yet, I was fighting a Magic player who like she was just firing off fireballs, but then also calling her shooter assist and also calling assault assist. And like even when I wasn't blocking, I just never had a window to call my own assist because I was constantly like in block stun or just removed from block stun, and it made it really difficult to fight back. And I personally felt like that lockout window is a bit too long. Obviously, there are other ways of playing around that, like just with better movement. I was playing Wolverine, who has like EX projectile that beats projectiles, but I just didn't know it yet, you know what I mean? And things like that. But generally speaking, it just felt like I was just locked out for too long. And yet, I think a lot of my own personal gripes with the game do come from assists, because I think there's several things that I think are odd about how they work in this game. Like not only just the lockout, but like the restriction of like when you're able to call them, like during hit stun and animations and things like that, which I guess I said it in my own discussion video. Like one could argue that like if you're calling them with the quote unquote correct timing, it doesn't matter anyway. But it just feels like restrictive and just not as good to just not have, you know, the free form access of calling them at any point during your string.
Yeah, I was surprised how many people
have that freedom.
I was surprised how many people didn't like that.
Actually, I think
I
it's
basically
generally
didn't notice until like someone told me.
Yeah, because like I said, like if you're calling them properly, you really don't notice, right? But I think it's dead as just like a feel thing. Like it straight up is just vibes where it just doesn't feel as good to just have the access at other points. You know what I mean?
And there was a thing that I was doing when I was trying out Doom Assault Assist, where specifically that thing, like not being able to call him, made it easier to do. Because it meant I could just wait for the window where I couldn't call him and mash it until he came out. So it made it a lot easier. I was like, oh, thanks. Like, this actually made shit way easier. Because if not, I'd have to like feel the timing in like an annoying way.
Right.
So I actually used it in like a positive way, like a helpful way. I don't know. I get why. There is a specific type of thing that you would not be able to do by them having these things. So I think it's kind of like a double preventative measure against that. But I think it's more of a game feel thing in like 95% of cases. I want to say, I'm talking about some like really niche like throw shit in Dragon Ball that you technically can't do because of like how they have this thing of how you can't call the assist right away or like whenever you but I also don't know any character who has that thing with throw in the first place, so I'm just like honestly.
Yeah, I got
plus
you.
the blocks on one assist is kind of low anyway on top of that, so that's why I'm like at least at this point I'm like the main thing I can think of is just like a two-step preventative measure against a certain type of thing, but I don't see that thing in the game yet, so I don't know.
Gotcha. What are some of the things that you actually like, if any, that you like really liked about this game? Is like, oh, like that's really cool, or I really like this aspect, or I really appreciate this part of it.
Yeah, so definitely number one thing I like is characters. It really reminds me of Blaze Blue. I actually was like, I don't want to say miffed, but I was kind of like, like snorting angrily, if for lack of a better word. But I read people be like, I don't get the point of the unique button. And I'm like, bro, it's BB. Like BB has this. It's literally. I mean, again, Storm is like Rachel, like 75% Rachel, and like 25% Elizabeth in like a character. So when I don't know, it was the most fun thing to explore for sure. The characters feel relatively good to play. Yeah, that was really the super standout thing. Like the experience of playing a character and selecting what to do in a situation with a character just felt really, really good. Most of my like questionable stuff is just like system mechanic stuff I either don't understand or I literally am like, why? And then like getting annoyed about air block is a huge one. The guard cancel thing, like I mentioned. And I guess like the main technical negative things is definitely like assist. There's a lot of stuff about assist where I'm like,
It's the same. Like I said, like when I sat down and wrote out a lot of my thoughts, it was like, damn, a lot of the things that I just don't understand or I find questionable have to do with the way assists work in the game. But what I will say is that the more I thought about this game since the beta has ended, the more I looked over my own footage and other people's footage, and like I said, just kind of wrote out my thoughts, I realized certain things that I didn't understand. Like I feel like I started to understand the vision more. So it's funny that because like my video went up today and I talked about this in the video, and now I see like it's like the big topic of conversation today / last night is that I finally understand why the game only has one health bar, which a lot of us didn't really understand at first. I was like, damn, it doesn't really feel like much of a tag game when you're losing the biggest incentive.
Bar, right? It's fired as one health bar.
Yeah. I think it's really cool now, the philosophy behind it and like why it's designed this way. But in the beginning, I was like, well, it really does just feel like a 1v1 game with 3 assists if you don't have multiple health bars, because like what's the point in tagging now? And now we have other reasons and other incentives to tag, and we realize how important, and obviously it was always going to be important, right? But we realize how much into the weeds you got to get with the game to like really open up that aspect and get into the mix-ups and the combo extension and everything with active tag, and how much of the game is unlocked by that, and how much of it is kind of like, I don't want to say gate kept, but like if you're again like a lower level player, like how much of the game like you're kind of like not experiencing, and for like intentionally, like for good reason, without doing that stuff or using it. And yeah, like I said, it's one of the things where in the beginning I was like, I don't really know how to feel about this. I don't really understand like the philosophy or like the vision behind it. And now I do. And there's just multiple things like that where it's like the more I thought about it, I was like, oh, that's why this is designed this way. And that's why I don't like it when people like make these like strong declarations or like these big assumptions and like just draw these conclusions about the game. So it's like, bro, and not that I'm the smartest guy around, but like I know some of y'all have not put in enough thought about this, and you certainly haven't given it enough chance because the game's not even out yet. So like, like just see it through. And the thing is as well is that like there are certain things like if it is actually whack, if certain aspects of the game are dry or too clunky or feel weird or bad or like, you know, that can change, you know what I mean? It's just we don't need to like advocate for, you know, sweeping changes or big push right away with certain things before we've given it a chance to like play out. Like at least give the game like a month or so before we start saying like, hey, this shit's whack.
No, like okay, like speaking of like discussion, right? Did you run into people talking about how one thing that's annoying about the combo system is that you have to break the wall and it really slows down the game. Did you run into that by any chance?
Yeah, but I was
Yeah.
like, you could just choose to not break the
you
wall,
just
bro.
choose not to. Yeah. It's
Yeah.
a perfect example of like how confidently people will speak with their chest about something where they're like,
Yeah, it's like, have you considered
Yeah.
not doing the move
Yeah.
that breaks the wall? Because like I get it as well, right? Because again, like I consider myself an intermediate fighting game player. Like I'm gonna get competent at any game that I play. I can probably get to the top rank or close to it any game that I play, but I'm never gonna be like top 8 tournament level, right? It's just, especially with me playing a variety of games and also just not being that great at fighting games. But so I said it to say that in my experience, I had times where like I broke the wall accidentally, but even at my skill level, I was able to understand like I could just choose to not do this move and not break the wall, and we can just stay right here. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it was probably like my number one surprise from talking about the game on my own was like people being like, I really hate how like the pace of the match gets slowed down by all these wall breaks. I'm like, I mean, what all these? You don't have to. Like there are times where you literally just don't have to. You know. There's there's small asterisks on characters. Like some characters it's probably more annoying to route this way than other characters, but for the most part, like if there is a thing, it's like how you can, for example, like if you throw someone by the wall, it's like guaranteed like you break the wall, right? So like maybe you don't want to do that, but also
I didn't like
it's
that at first, but
yeah, but you get a
it's-
knockdown anyway, so it's like it's chill.
Yeah.
Like the
And-
throw wall break is like better than throwing somebody mid screen.
Yes, and that's why I said I didn't like it at first, because at first, because you know you do throws mid screen, you basically reset to neutral, and at first I was like, damn, I don't want the wall to break every time I do a throw in the corner, because like I already don't get no Oki anyway. Then I was like, wait, this is actually
you do
better.
get Oki, yeah.
Yeah, I was like, this is actually better because now I actually do get Oki.
You're in there. Or if like in like the storm case, it's like you either get Oki, or if like you don't want to burn assist, you just do tornado. You can't do anything about you just doing tornado. You just win neutral instantly and you just go back in. So it's chill.
Yeah, see, and
last
it's
beta,
just shit-
the
it's shit
open
like
beta,
that, yeah.
no, not the open beta, the closed beta. The closed beta, you didn't get a knockdown. It was like straight return to neutral in that version. So people really hated it. I do remember that.
Yeah, and it's just things like that where more experience with the game, just seeing things through, just thinking about it more. It's like, oh, okay, I get why this design's way. And oh, like this thing I didn't like is actually better than I thought it was. And like I said, just the throws thing, the whole health bar system, the assemble gauge, like all these things that there are a lot of things that I found questionable or like that I didn't like that now I've grown to appreciate and understand. And there's certain things like I still don't understand why it's designed the way that it is, but maybe with more time I will. And as we learn more about the game and just get to play it more, it'll make more sense. And certain things still don't. Like, yeah, then we can start being like, hey, yo, maybe y'all should tweak this. But you know, I just want people to give the game a proper chance before they start. You know what I'm saying?
The main thing I will say is that if you're not a hardcore fighting game player, you will probably, there's a chance you'll really enjoy this game because you will not have to engage with the worst parts of it. Unlike Dragon Ball, where it's like you will definitely run into the worst parts of Dragon Ball, you will be able to avoid some of it. Because like actually, the more I think about the game, the more I'm just like, dude, this is very rare. I will say that I like agree with Leffen flat. I was just like, oh, this is correct.
Yo,
But like,
you know
he is right.
You know
I think
you're
this game is
hold on,
degen.
real quick. You know you're the second person to say that to me now.
Who else told you that?
I don't know if I want to say because I don't think we said it on camera.
Okay,
but
no, yeah, but I'm saying like it doesn't happen often. It doesn't happen often, but there are times I read or hear him say something. I'm like, yeah, he's spitting, and like originally I was like, I don't know, and then like as I learned stuff and then thought and then watched my own matches back, I was like, dude. I was like, dude. Like for example, my opinion of Storm went up. I was like, like Magic is probably top tier, and like Blade is probably top tier, and like Spider-Man's really good. He's probably top tier. And then like not a lot of people. I was looking for Storm footage. Not a lot of people playing Storm.
yeah, it
and
was
I
really
was
just like you and Jay Wong.
And then there's someone named from Blaze Blue named Yuri plays.
I did see him
Storm
play
also.
in TNS.
Yeah, and I was like, well, Storm feels good, but I don't know because like all these reasons. And then like I'm starting to look into like people talking about tag and people talking about like, yo, low-key this game actually has like insane mix-ups and stuff. And then I would go back and watch. I went back and watched some of my games. And the original time I went back and watched some of my games, I was like, man, it's so silly how like I did this here and they couldn't do that much. And then like I look at it in the context of like tag, for example, and I'm like, This looks like darkness, bro. This looks like it's so insane. Actually,
I think this game is going to be really fucked up.
Yeah.
And if it like, I see the timeline where like the game is so fucked up, we're actually asking for it to be toned down, whereas people are asking for it to be more juiced up right now. I'm like, damn, bro, y'all ain't even like tried
you
to.
know how far it's gonna go.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. But do you think this is potentially a game that you could see yourself playing and maybe even competing it and keeping in the rotation like alongside a Guilty Gear, or do you think it'll be like, you know, I'm gonna mess around with it, I'll have some fun, I'll probably just mainly stick to Strive though, maybe I'll make some content, but it won't be a game I take super serious?
No, so I'm planning on competing this game seriously, very seriously. Basically, like, I think as a fighting game content creator, I'm in a really unique spot compared to some of the other larger fighting game content creators in that, like, I actively compete and focus on a specific game. And since Strive came out, there's been a bunch of big releases, like major fighting games. You know, like Tekken 8 came out, Street Fighter 6 came out, 2X came out, Fatal Fury came out. These are all like major. Some people might be like, for example, Fatal Fury is not a major release, but Fatal Fury, if you look at who enters Fatal Fury tournaments,
if you look at the names, you look at the prize pools, seems like a pretty major title to me.
It is a very, very serious game. It's not, maybe it doesn't have the most players, but like some of the best players, fighting game players of all time from various spaces in fighting.
Hey, ask Goichi how big he think that game is, how serious he think that game is.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
And when that game came out, I did have a very serious conversation with a friend of like, do I drop Guilty Gear for Fatal Fury? We had that talk. I had a talk of, do I drop Guilty Gear for Street Fighter 6? I didn't think that about Tekken 8. Okay, side note about Tekken. It's probably because I didn't play any other Tekken game. That's like the first time I was learning Tekken was Tekken 8, where I was like, this game's pretty fun. This game's pretty fun. I kind of get it, and like, you know, what's the
so
problem?
Interesting. Yeah, no, it's so interesting seeing people's opinions and impressions of Tekken when Tekken 8 is their first, like, you know, exposure to the series for real.
But, I had a blast. Oh, this game's fun as hell. Like, what's the problem?
For what it's worth, I like the game a lot.
Yeah.
Now.
Yeah. So like, definitely nobody take my Tekken opinion seriously. I have no fucking idea what's going on. It's not impossible to get into, but I have like no scope of the legacy of what people expect from the game, and it's specifically like, well, I mean, I'd go as far as saying Tekken is more of a legacy fighter than like Street Fighter. I might be slightly hot take, but
no, I would agree with that.
Yeah, like there's a lot more emphasis on like the legacy skill of the game in Tekken than Street Fighter. So basically, I think GG is gonna be okay. I think people are gonna keep playing stuff. I basically am planning on competing in Tokon. I hope I like the game, but if I don't like the game, it's fine. As long as I can play a character that I enjoy, it'll be fine. It's how I got through Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball is not my favorite game of all time, but I have some great memories playing.
Now, that's a game that you tried to fight for a long time. But
yes, I did.
You know what, bro?
Aggressively.
I would say, from the outside looking in, from my perspective, I think it was worth it. Everything you went through with Dragon Ball. I don't know if you'd be. I think Dragon Ball is an essential part of how you got to where you are today. You know what I'm saying? Like, obviously, you've had a storied career long before DBZ came around, but I think that game did a lot for a lot of people, yourself included. And honestly, we probably don't get Strive, or it's not the game that it is without Dragon Ball. So.
I agree. I definitely agree.
Which is funny because, like, not to go too deep into this topic because I really don't care to, but I oftentimes see people talking about like, oh, the impact or the influence Strive has had on the FGC and how people don't respect it and the ungratefulness, da da da. I see like a certain part of the Strive community try to like big up that game and talk about like this or that wouldn't exist or this wouldn't happen or this. And I'm like, really, you should be thinking Dragon Ball, motherfucker. Like,
every game has a small ripple effect. You know, every single game has a small ripple effect on what happens to this genre, for better or for worse. You know,
absolutely.
I could definitely say that like the biggest thing about Strive is that it normalized netcode. Not that it's like the first out the gate, but it really
it certainly popularized it and made it to the point where people are like, if your game doesn't have rollback, we're not fucking with it.
Exactly. And it had the benefit too of, since it followed Dragon Ball, because Dragon Ball, like, don't get it. If you weren't around for Dragon Ball, whoever's listening to this, it was an insane time to be playing fighting games. Really good. Like, let's say you're a platform fighter person. It's this is like when Ultimate came out. Ultimate came out the same year, actually, too. It's like that. Like I don't think we're gonna have a time like that for a long time.
If ever, like I struggle to imagine like that Dragon Ball timeline like ever happening again.
Yeah.
Like this game might be the closest we ever get to that,
yeah,
but
I think
even
so, too.
then,
I think this game has that potential. I remember thinking like, I mean, I had this thought actually today on my way back home of like, if you could invest, if you go back to like 2006, and you're like, okay, invest in one fighting game company, you only play their games for the rest of your life, and that determines like how you do in life. And you picked Arxis, how crazy people would have looked at you back then compared to now.
Like they're really running shit.
Compared to now, because I started Arxis games really with BlazBlue, and then Persona came out, and I already played Persona 4, so I played Persona 4. I was like, it's so crazy, the Persona 4 fighting. Whoa, like that's insane. And then Exert came out, and I was like, okay, we're on Guilty Gear Exert. I remember having the thought of like, this game is a popular tournament game. Like it really put Exert as like a mainstream fighting game in North America, at least like a top 4, top 5 fighting game.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, but this is like the best looking fighting game right now. Like it can be an annoying game to play. It's a fun game. Could be kind of annoying to get into depending on what type of person you are, but it is a fun game and it has fun characters and it looks great, it has great music. So why the fuck do they not give this the Persona treatment and come out with some shit? And then they announced Dragon Ball, and I was like, oh fuck. And then I was kind of like, oh, I think this is just what they're gonna do. They're just gonna make a pretty ass game and then go to companies and be like, we could do this to your game over and over. And since Dragon Ball, that's all they've been doing. Like they did that with DNF. They did that with Granblue.
DNF deserves so much better.
And then now, but I just was like, what? There's not a lot that can top Dragon Ball, because Dragon Ball is such a such a massive IP across the world.
Yeah, I mean, this is Marvel, so it's the first one that I'd say can really
matches
compete.
it. Yeah, that really matches it. So if there is gonna be this type of like moment, it could be for this game. Regardless, it's a good time in fighting games right now because there's 2 new fighting games out right now, and I think there's just something for everyone right now, which is really nice, and it's both IPs that people like too. But Marvel itself, the Marvel game itself, I think it's like a tighter package than we've seen in a fighting game, basically since Street Fighter. And it's kind of uncommon for fighting games in general to have this type of package, unfortunately.
This is the most excited I've been about fighting games in a minute, and I do think that this now has the greatest presentation of any game. I think it's the best looking game right now. I think it's maybe also the best sounding game in terms of voice acting and music compared to anything else out at the moment. Like it's got a lot going for it. The characters are super fun. I do think some of the systems and mechanics are questionable at times, but like I said, the more I've thought about certain aspects, I've appreciated it more, understood it more, and I think that'll only continue. I've also shown that they've been very receptive to feedback, and they've made good changes to the game, in my opinion, from its original beta up to this point. I don't see any reason why that trend won't continue. And they've also stated that they want to support this game for like 10 years. And even if they only do half that, like even 5 years would be incredible. But if they stick to their word of doing 10, I mean, this game could continue to be like one of the top dogs of the FGC for, the next decade, you know what I'm saying? So it's already showing pretty big numbers. I heard that it cracked over 1,000 entrants already for CEO. We don't have final registration numbers, but I'm pretty certain that's going to make it first or second on the list. Right. I would imagine Street Fighter is going to be the other top game there. I see it's a top 3 at Evo. And these are registration numbers for a game that's not even out yet. Like obviously these events are happening post-release, but the game is not even out and it's already top 2, top 3 at like the next couple of big tournaments.
We do got to talk about that a little bit. I hate using that stat. I hate using that stat. Unfortunately, because of a couple of reasons. I actually don't know about this in CEO, but I know Evo has this. You can't get refunds for Evo, like at all. So what they do is they're like, oh, we got all these entrants and stuff, but if people play the game, they don't like the game, they just don't show up and they DQ, and then they're just like, oh, well, we have all these entrants, so there is always a lot of like the game is not out yet hype, and then like people register for stuff like crazy. I am very interested in seeing, for example, like Frosty Faustin's entrance, and more importantly,
that's
like
also what I'm more interested in.
Viewership over like, oh, this game is not out and it has like all these entrants. You know what I mean? Like, It's always.
I look at
yeah.
these. I look at these registration numbers the same way I look at like a Steam chart, where like you see it and you like you roll your eyes like, dog, that's not, it doesn't tell the full story, but it is interesting. Like it is a piece of information that you can use and converse about, but it shouldn't be the end all be all. It shouldn't be like the the driving force behind your argument or the conversation. But I do think it is noteworthy. Like somebody posts the Steam charts like, oh, this game has so and so players or it only has this many players. It's like, okay, but like realistically, like who cares? Like it means something, but it doesn't mean everything. And I agree. I personally expect this game to increase in entrance once it releases. I think it'll get more exposure and more popular. And certainly that's what I hope for, right? And I'm also more interested in seeing like what those numbers look like once the game has actually been out and people allowed to play it. I will say this, it has this going for it, right? The viewership I've seen for streams, for YouTube content and everything like that is significantly more than what it was during that first closed beta. Because frankly, during that first closed beta, I mean, my own streams, just anecdotally, didn't seem like they were doing too much better. They were just doing like normal. Yeah, you know what I mean? And then when it comes to the YouTube content, like I got a couple of videos that I didn't even post. I was like, it doesn't really seem worth it right now. Obviously, I'm pushing it very heavily right now, as are a lot of other players and creators. And I think the hype is there. I think the popularity is there. The IP is there. I expect big things for this game. It doesn't have to be Dragon Ball for it to be a success, right? I mean, that game sold 10 million copies and like changed the landscape entirely, but I do expect this game to be like a pretty big contender for one of the biggest games like in the FGC for a while.
Yeah, this open beta was really a good sign, I guess, from that perspective. So I remember for Dragon Ball specifically, the Dragon Ball closed betas weren't really that like special streaming wise, but I remember the open beta went crazy for Dragon Ball. I remember it too.
Yeah.
And this open beta also kind of went crazy. I'm looking forward to it. Truthfully, like I said, probably the best thing about this game for the majority of players is that they won't have to interact too much with the worst parts of it.
They can just jump in, pick their favorite comic book hero, hit some buttons, and have a blast.
Have a blast. Yeah.
I think it's great, man.
And it's a very rare thing actually about this game of like, so there's some games where it's like, like top level play, you're like, I can't do this stuff, but I basically understand everything that's going on, and I kind of get most of the ideas of what's going on. And it doesn't look like that different from like an intermediate player or something, right? Like an extreme example would be like of like this not being a thing would be like Melee, right? Like if you start Melee and you watch like top level Melee, you're like they're not playing the same game as me. Like I can't fucking like I'm Yamcha and that's like Ultra Instinct Goku. Like they're two different entities even, not even like people, right? I actually think this game is gonna be the first time in a while that has that because of how the game will become. Because most people who are going to interact with this game are going to play their favorite Marvel superhero and play 3 assists, and then never watch tournament play and be like, yo, what is happening?
It's like, yo, this game is crazy. Like, what's going on here? I need someone to explain this to me. Yeah.
Which is like pretty uncommon. But like Tekken also is another game where it's like I could watch high level Tekken and I'm like, I know what's going. I get it. Like I get it. I don't totally get the choices, but it's not like visually like I'm like they're playing a whole different game. Like
it's a very easy to follow game. But then you have PDX who comes through and gives you all the nuance of the situation. You're like, damn, this shit is sick.
Exactly. But you don't get that like visually, you know? That thing has become less and less and less common as time has gone on. And just the nature of like, I do definitely think down the line, people will be literally playing 4 characters in tournament play.
Absolutely.
People are gonna be like, oh my god, this guy's playing 4 characters real. Like this is like his whole squad. He's just switching between them and like nonstop.
Yeah, that's absolutely what the game will become with enough time. I'm looking forward to it, man. Yeah. Looking forward to it. Yeah. But yeah, no, I think that was a great discussion, a great conversation. Hopefully you guys out there enjoy this as well. Do you have any closing remarks you want to say to people before we get out of here?
Basically, if you're on the fence about the game, give it a try. Watch people play it and see what you think about it. And just remember, with a new fighting game, just be open-minded. If you don't like it, you don't have to be married to the game. It's not your job. It's my job. So, And
I was yeah, I mean, you can always move on. Now you won't see me on this game at least 6 months to a year.
Yeah.
But you move on to the next.
Exactly. And like I said, even if you hear negative stuff about the game, you can play it, and it's probably not gonna affect you that much. So, you know, it's fine. Hey, if you don't like it, just play Avatar. Just play Avatar and play that. And if you complain about that too, then I can't help you. Yeah, you really can't.
For sure. Well, links to all the Lord Knight stuff will be in the description down below. You guys can follow him on Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, all that good stuff. And you should, because he's a phenomenal content creator, just as great of a creator as he is a fighting game player. You should definitely check him out. But let me know your thoughts in the comment section down below. Hit the video with a like if you enjoy it. Subscribe if you haven't already so you can stay tuned for all the awesome content that I bring you. With all that being said, that's pretty much all for today. Remember, nothing can happen to you, swing the bat. Later.
Okay. Easy. Oh.
Yeah, that was great.
Yeah, it was fun.
Appreciate you as always, homie.
Go. Love that. Are you going to stream, Lord?
I am not, because as soon as I jump out of this call, I'm hopping into another call to have a different conversation.
Oh yeah.
So I might stream at some point tonight, but it's not about to be right now.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah, I was gonna be like, I could just raid you if you're gonna do it.
Yeah, I appreciate the offer, but
yes.
I'm not quite ready to hit the old boot up.
Yes, I know. You gotta make yourself pretty. I get it.
Like you're half memeing, but also like, yeah.
I get it. Trust me, I get it. I understand. I'd be doing the same thing.
Also, by the way, I ain't, bro, the salt and pepper look, you letting the gray rock, I ain't gonna lie, got the boy looking mad distinguished. I'm fucking with that.
Oh, thank you. I mean, I don't feel like I have changed anything really. I guess that's kind of a lie because I did get 2 stretches, but besides that,
nah. Well, like, I mean, because like obviously, like you look like your look has changed a bit since when I first met you, right? Like obviously, you let the hair grow out, you letting the beard, because you know you used to have a baby face. I'm sure you've always been able to grow a beard, but you usually kept it clean shaven. But like, I don't know, I'm fucking with it. You kind of giving is low key giving like Ryan Hart meets like, I don't know, like I'm fucking with it though.
I appreciate it. Thank you. You can glaze me for the past hour, and you can keep doing it. I'm never gonna stop. I'm never gonna stop you.
But nah, I appreciate you, man. I'm gonna get up out of here and go jump into this other conversation I gotta have.
All right, thanks for letting me know.
Easy, man.
When you post it, just let me know. If you want to do
for sure,
the collab feature or whatever on YouTube, we can do
absolutely. Absolutely.
All right, cool.
All right, later, man.
Peace. All right, W glaze. W glaze, W glaze, W glaze, W glaze. All right. Oh, there's Jeekly. We ready Jeek. We're ready Jeek. Somebody has Tokon, and we're gonna ignore it. We're gonna ignore it. We're gonna let this fella. Wait, can someone download it though? Someone needs to download this fella's VOD. He's playing one player mode, and the chat is like, "Please practice the game." I'm gonna protect myself by not showing the game. But there's so many like, can you actually go to training mode? Please do a CPU battle. What's the poor man? This poor fella. Anyway. Okay, yeah, we're gonna raid Jeekly as usual. Stay safe out there. If you get the game early, don't stream it. We did play Guilty Gear today though, so you know this. Well, you know what this means. Dude, another W day. I didn't call Milia garbage at all today. Dude, I've come so long with Milia, bro. I really see where it's me now. Where I think that's the biggest improvement. Is I just see where it's me. You know what I mean?
Even make it to live servers. How? How did they think that was okay to even put it in the game? I'm so sick of this fucking company. They're trash! Fix the game! It sucks playing the shit! And I'm fucking addicted! So I can't quit! I'm so sick of this shit!
I'm so sick of this shit!